so sorry about that. We are live. And my head cam is in the wrong place. And too big. Alright, I think this is about as much as I can reasonably do for the time being. Last thing we gotta do before we get started is adjust the music to be way down there. Greetings, folks. Coin here. Well, actually, today I'm swirling Vortex. I really gotta work on reconciling the two identities. But you can also call me Steven. Any one of those three things works. Also, what is that ambient noise? Alright. That's a little better. Welcome back to another episode of Grim Dawn, Dawn of Masteries. We are in episode 10. Oh my goodness. I cannot wait to begin. Last time we did a bunch of stuff. Now I feel like the music's too quiet. There's kind of no winning. It's either too loud or too quiet. It also almost always seems like I'm jury-rigging the audio to work just well enough. I really am in the process of trying to work on that. However, it's slow going. I've got school stuff that I'm always working on. And, you know, I'm constantly trying to come up with ways in which to talk about the same old stuff over and over and over and over and over again. No, I'm kidding about that last part, but I do kind of sound like a broken record from time to time. Needless to say, I have a lot of stuff that keeps me busy, so it's going to be slow going to get all those changes rolled in, but I will get them rolled in. We've got my word on that. Continuing on with what we were doing, apart from making our way to Homestead and learning, oh no, they can't give us any food because we're under attack, and we have insects that are, like, nesting on our farmland. We also managed to go completely back and forth, in the meantime, help out the Black Legion just a little bit. By clearing out a few local threats in the Jagged Wastes and the Pine Barrens and near Tyrant Hold, and we actually carved a path back to Twin Falls. Why did we do this? Well, what about making it easier for travelers? Why not bypass the mountain deeps and the immolation? Why not just bypass that? You don't even have to go through the Broken Hills to go to Homestead. You can now just go through Twin Falls. It is a more treacherous journey, I suppose, considering the magnitude of the threats that are within Tyrant's Hold. You still have to clear all of Cronley's cronies before you can really take charge of that territory, but now there's actually a chance. Hopefully. Headcanon, that's what I'm thinking of. Alright. So in the meantime, now that we've done this, we have two places we gotta go. One of which is the rotting croplands. We need to actually do that. Beforehand, something worth noting is that we haven't yet spoken to Captain Sommer yet. Summer? I don't know. Let's start by speaking to the good captain and see what she has to say. Maybe the farmers are making her out worse than she actually is.
I'll skip the pleasantries. Olgrim tells me you're one tough slith, and right now that's what I need most. Will you fight for the Black Legion?
What is the Black Legion?
You're joking, right? We are the Imperium's most infamous, if not elite, legion. Conscripted from criminals and political outcasts and tempered in the front lines of the Empire's most brutal wars. The only regiment of the Emperor's legions that has survived the massacre in the capital, if you could consider the losses we suffered surviving. I'd love to tell you our history, but I really have more important matters to attend to, such as the mission I need you for. The question really is, are you up to it?
Sure, Captain Sommer. Tell me what you need.
The Legion is split on two fronts. To the north, we have the Cult of Chthon. Nasty bastards keen on turning all of us into a puddle of blood for their rituals. I have my best men out there right now scouting ahead. The cultists are amassing in great numbers, and I'd like to know why. There is a more pressing issue, however, and this is where you come in. Olgrim says that you are experienced with fighting the Ethereals. That's good. You'll need all your skills for this one. Far to the west, beyond the infested farms and the rotting croplands, there is an area teeming with Ethereals that we have started calling the Gruesome Harvest. It is a fitting title as the Ethereals have been gathering corpses, animal and human alike, in order to conduct their sick resurrection techniques upon them. The barn there has been giving off a blinding aether light non-stop for the last few days and nights. That is, until today. Whatever they are working on, it must be nearly finished. And knowing the Ethereals, it's something monstrous. We can't risk the Ethereals discovering that we know about their creation. I need someone to sneak in there and destroy this abomination before it even has a chance to wreak havoc upon my people. We'll only get one shot at this, so I want someone who has experience dealing with ethereal horrors to handle this mission. Will you be my champion?
I will, but tell me about the Dermapterans. Why won't you do anything about them?
Been talking to Douglas? Look, I'd love to solve all the world's problems, but unfortunately I do not have the troops to send them out on a bug hunt. Douglas and the other farmers will just have to accept it for now. Perhaps later, once the Ethereals and the Chthonians have been dealt with, then I can think about sending some men out to the fields to clear out this infestation. The Legion is split on two fronts.
Usually they just cut right back to it, but since that was a lot of text, they thought they would do you the favor of repeating the, entire mission again. You don't need to repeat it again, however, the player does have better memory than what you give them credit for. Well, here we are.
I hope I didn't make a mistake by sending you.
No, you didn't. Yeah, you don't want to. You definitely don't want to be peeving off Captain Sommer. Just do as she says, and you'll be fine. That being said, just because we're doing as she says doesn't mean we only have to do what she says. Thank you for bringing us here. I admit I was resolved to die in that ditch when you found us. But I found a new purpose here in these fields. I lost whatever voice I was going to give this guy. These old hands may shake when they hold a sword, but I could still use a rake just fine. Yeah, okay. So these are the people that, I believe we saved them. This is poor soil, not like at the Elmsworth estate. That was some good dirt, I imagine. Blasted Dermapterans, an entire year's worth of food is going to go to waste out there. Why hasn't the Black Legion cleared them out? Hell if I know. Summer's only concerned with her war against the Ethereals, and there's that blasted cult. I'm no soldier, so I suppose I'll just keep my mouth shut and work the fields we do have. That is smart. That is smart. Let the person in charge of logistics have the luxury of going to complain to Captain Sommer and be flatly rejected because wartime. Every time is wartime. But welcome to the Thornsbury Farm, or the infested farms in the gruesome harvest. But along the way, we will also find egg clusters of the Dermapterans, the large scorpion-type insects, like basically arachnids, absolutely just slumming it up in the farmlands. Like, it's free real estate. Can you tell how many memes I've been looking at? I don't know. I feel like that was just prime time for slapping in as many memes as possible. That being said, yeah, the Dermapterans are not very nice critters. Granted, they are just doing what critters do, but it's, we still have to take care of them, whether they're doing it because, you know, they're being malicious, or they're simply animals trying to survive. Simply insects that are making the most of a bad situation, or in their case, maybe a good situation. But yeah, here are all the various farms. You saw the names of those farmers, right? Yeah, that should tell you where they were farming from. These fields seem fine. If you'll notice, they don't have any ethereal fire on them. Those are probably safe to work. Anything that resembles what we saw in, oh, I'm forgetting the name already. Burwitch. Anything resembling what Burwitch looks like, probably not safe. Don't even bother. So out here in the rotting croplands is where we're probably going to find the infested fields. Ah, right. We can't even get comfortable. There's a reason for that. Yeah, we were just looking to, like, kill eggs. Let's go back and talk to Douglas now. Let's see if, he should have something more for us to do now. Yeah, the, Dermapterans are kind of like the spiders in that they hit really hard, and tend to have a lot of poison effects on them. They're very, very dangerous if you're fragile. They're very dangerous regardless, but they're especially dangerous if you lack any sort of self-healing or the ability to cleanse toxins. I have cleared out the fields, as you've asked. And yes, that would be considered progress. I'm relieved to hear that, and that you've returned in one piece. Dermapterans should not be trifled with, especially in such numbers. I'll speak to Captain Somer about sending out some guards along with some of the farmers. You'll have that field cleaned up in no time. In the meantime, I was hoping you would hear me out on a far more grave task. I think I've done enough. No, what is it? The Dermapteran hives are cyclical in nature. Every 7 years or so, they birth a new queen, which promptly proliferates their numbers and causes them to explode across the countryside. In the past, we would rally together and exterminate the queen while she was still young. But after the grim dawn, of course, it's always the dawning, the Dermapterans were allowed to thrive, and their queen has molted into a massive creature that spawns new Dermapterans by the dozen every day. She has to be destroyed, otherwise the insects will eventually run out of food and attack us in force. The queen is always guarded by 2 of her grand viziers, so you would have to acquire their pheromone glands to even enter her chamber. We know that the royal hive is somewhere out in the rotting croplands to the west of Homestead. After the way you handle the infested fields, I'm confident in your abilities. Will you help us halt the Dermapteran reproductive cycle? I'll gladly pull together all of our iron bits if you can pull this off. I will slay her. And no, not the slay queen kind either. Actual murder. Well, our actual killing. Murder would be... I don't know. Isn't murder, like, intentional killing? Yeah, murder, I think, is intentional killing. Well, we are intentionally killing this queen, so it is murder, but... Typically, we reserve murder for others of our same species. Or, for our pets. Would you own a Dermapteran as a pet? I wouldn't. Those things would probably outbreed me in a hot minute. It takes humans 18 years to foster someone that is ready to tackle the world, and about an extra 6 on top of that. Murder is defined by being premeditated. Hey there, welcome to the stream. Good to see ya. Hope you enjoy your stay. Okay, so murder is premeditated, and then assassination is by surprise. I always get murder and assassination mixed up. Always? Sometimes. Sometimes I get those mixed up. Well, we were definitely premeditating to murder the Dermapteran queen, so murder it is. Alright, we have a missing diary. Excerpt from Dayla's diary. That took me a hot second. Oliver doesn't want me writing in here anymore. ... Okay. He says it fills my head with dreams when there's work to be done around the farm. So I've been writing at night, when he's asleep. He cannot stop the muse that pulls the strings of my heart. The Weeping Oak by Dahlia Thornsbury. Okay, this looks kind of complete. Also, I hope your recovery is going okay. I know we'd intended to visit today, but supposedly the weather was really rough. Not buying that, but that is what I was told. The plan is definitely to come over. Assassination is defined by surprise specifically for political or religious reasons. Hey, good on you. We have the correct terms. So, killing is not premeditated, murder is premeditated, and assassination is by surprise specifically for political or religious reasons. Good to know. I'll definitely make sure I do my best not to mix up those terms in the future. Trying to think where I was. Yeah, I think our intention is to come over tomorrow. And it'll be... It's either going to be after I get out of class, or it'll be between my... I'm sorry, it'll either be between my class and my appointment, or it'll be after my appointment. I can mention that more in a private message later, but I figured I would go ahead and give you the basic spiel of that now, just so it's kind of clear. Getting back to the story at hand, Rain was making his arthritis act up. Okay, he didn't tell me that. Good to know. Get that. I'm recovering well so far. Meds have me resting in bed most of the time. Deb said it would be around 10:30, I think. So I totally need to fix that text for YouTube. I've tried fixing it a few times, and it always seems to reset back to this gnarly black text that nobody can read. I have half a mind to turn off the chat in the meantime. Yeah, should be around. Yeah, I think the plan is to try to come over and visit, but then I have an appointment at 12, so I don't think I can stay long. Personally, I happen to think that we should just wait and come after the appointment, and then, we have more time. Granted, they have plenty of time. I'm the person who's going to have to make sure I get to my appointment on time, which is at 12. Like, right at noon. While I wait for the next statement. The limbs of a nearby tree tapped a steady rhythm against the bedroom window. I mean, if you'd rather do that, I think you should speak up and let them know. I think that'd be okay. I will do that on break. That way, because I think she just got up. She was taking a nap earlier. The rain has everyone taking naps, from what I understand. Yeah, I'll definitely do that. At our break, which I might take one and I'll probably take one in the next 36 minutes, so I could go do that. Also, I need to go grab my coffee, but we can do that after we read this. So sorry for the frequent breaks today, folks. I'll start from the first sentence again. The limbs of a nearby tree tapped a steady rhythm against the bedroom window. Another storm was building up on the horizon, but Dayla could not shake the feeling that this would not be just another shower. She sat up in her bed and took a quick glance at her husband, Oliver. He was still fast asleep. Not even a hurricane would stir that man from his slumber. Dayla got up, making sure not to shift the covers off her husband. She tiptoed to the wardrobe and retrieved her gear, a well-worn suit of light leather armor and a trusty sword, Stormheart. What a nice name for a sword. The blade sparked with electricity as she removed it from its scabbard. The enchantment was still as strong as the day she had found it in the tomb north of Darkvale. Dayla replaced the blade and hooked the scabbard into her belt. She took one last glance at Oliver before heading out the door. It was best he did not know about her little nightly vigils. He would just worry himself sick, and Dayla could not stand to see him so obsessed over her safety. Typical overprotective husband. The wind whipped Dayla's hair around her face as she stepped out the front door. The rain was already starting to pick up. The ground was drenched with moisture. Okie dokie, gonna hang out for a bit, but I might fall asleep. Your voice is familiar and rhythmic, so it's easy to feel safe and secure enough to rest. Okie dokie. Have a good rest if you end up conking out somewhere along the way. Otherwise, feel free to enjoy the content. Also, thanks again for your feedback. Just thought I would tell you that vocally. I really do appreciate it, and it makes conducting that sort of patron benefit a little bit less nerve-wracking. I'll explain more in a second for everyone else listening. I'm going to finish this real quick. Where was I? The rain was already starting to pick up. The ground was drenched with moisture, turning the path into mud. Dayla tread carefully, planting every step on a stone or where the ground was still firm. At last, she arrived at the edge of the lone oak tree, a place where she could be alone with her thoughts. But there was something off about the spot that night. A deep sense of dread immediately overcame her. I knew you'd come out to greet me, Dayla, my dear. A ghastly voice spoke from behind the tree. Dayla drew Stormheart, its sparking surface turning the raindrops into mist. A dark figure showed itself and calmly walked towards her. She could not see the man's face, but she knew well who he was. Come now, is that any way to greet your brother? The man spoke again. Dayla didn't say a word. Instead, she let her blade do the talking for her. The figure countered her blows with a blade of his own, a burning sword that let streaks of fire across the air with every swing. I see you've been practicing, the man said with a grin forming on his lips. Thunder crackled in the sky as lightning flared down from the heavens, briefly illuminating the scene. The light from the storm revealed the face of Dayla's adversary, the grisly, heavily decayed face of her brother. Dravis. Dayla hissed through clenched teeth. She dove in for another attack. Well. So, little Miss Dayla was also a story writer. What an interesting story. I wondered, are we gonna meet her brother? Her brother Dravis? I hope not, but maybe we will, with his flaming sword evaporating the rain, as he approaches us, and then we simply will zap him to bits. Okay, I will be right back. I'm gonna stay in this room next to this person. Next to this doll, excuse me. I didn't realize... Is that someone... That is not a child. There is no way. If it were dead, it would be bones. It has to be a doll. It looks like a doll. The features are exaggerated. Plus, real children would not be... You know what? The less I debate this, the better. I'm gonna go get my mug of coffee. I will be right back. Sorry about that. Alright. it was a lovely little literature tale, and honestly, shame on Oliver for regulating when she can and can't write in her diary. Like, I get wanting to work the farmstead, but this had to have been pre-dawn. Or if it was post-dawn, I guess I can understand a little. Still, you never know when you're going to be beset by ethereals or chthonic entities or some random thief. You just never know. Do you live your life in fear, knowing that you're going to be beset by enemies and just never do anything? Or do you live your life knowing that any moment could be your last, and you should just simply live it to your fullest? I know what I would choose. That's why I don't live in fear. Like, yeah, things scare me, and maybe in a real situation I would be... I'm sorry, in a real situation, maybe my answer would be a little bit more pliant, but... in terms of this, like, if you know that as long as you keep one eye on, you know, your backside and one eye forward while you're doing, you know, your farm work or whatever, then what's the harm? Then again, we could never really insert ourselves in a situation like that, so it would be hard to talk about. Oh, I mean, we could sit here and speculate, but what would you do if actually faced with a situation like that? Would you feel comfortable taking your eyeballs off the land for just a little bit? Maybe 30 minutes, maybe 15 minutes to scribble some fantasy in your diary? I don't know. I think it would depend on how dangerous it is. If, you know, if the worst that happens is you get robbed, maybe not. That is not what I wanted to press. Need to keep you under control, Sir Beetle. Thanks for your patronage. Also, we've hit level 60. A pretty major milestone, but I mean, it's not really a major milestone for our build, nor in terms of Dawn of Masteries, but it is a big deal. I thought it was sorry, I'm forgetting. Yeah, we were functioning on 2 mastery points for a while. Let's go ahead and put our next point in physique. We can't wear any of our better gear without it. Then in terms of other stuff, yeah, we should go ahead and start focusing on putting points where we can. Like, we should start trying to max out single scales. We have 2 points. I think the cap is 94 when it comes to this. If my memory serves me, and at that point, like up from 70 something up to 94, you get like 1 point. So we're definitely at the point where we just want to be pumping stats. Like, once we max out Disturbance of the Sun, we're pretty much going to come over here to Elementalist and say, we need more stats. Can we get some stats, please? And if I find a way to get extra points, then we could talk skills then. But we really are starting to run the gambit of what we can do in terms of our build. Like, what you see here, with the exception of Dreadfire and Favor, which are item-based skills, we really aren't going to be putting any more unique skills on our plate. It's going to be whatever comes from components and whatever comes from components and whatever comes from masteries, or not masteries, but items like the gear itself. So we're now this is probably the first episode where we're trying to accomplish real tasks again. When you hit the point where they're like, hey, you need to go to this next town and start talking to people. When you hit that point in your adventure, at least for me, it felt like, it kind of felt like you were on your own. You had a sense of direction. You knew where you wanted to go. You just had to, like, commit to going to that direction. Oh, I guess I just never went far enough south. Okay. Let's do some talking. Peace be in your travels, stranger. I bet you these are a bunch of rovers. These are dangerous times, traveler. The roads are not as safe as they used to be. Normally, I'd welcome you to sit by our fire, but you'd be better off leaving this place. Anything you can tell me about the area? If you're heading north, I'd be careful in the farmlands. They're overrun with Dermapterans. They get more concentrated closer to their nest where the queen resides. If you find a large hole in the ground, I'd steer clear. Thank you for the warning. Tarvik? How goes the journey, traveler? It's a dangerous, dangerous world, man. Sadly that it is. Normally we would have moved on by now, but it's not safe to travel anymore. Ah, rovers that have gotten pinned down. At least the land provides for our needs. I sure hope so. Hello, traveler. We don't get many visitors out here, not with the Dermapterans running wild. How do you survive out here? We try to stay out of sight. If anything dangerous gets too close, we put out the campfire and hide. We plan to leave this place soon, though, and you should too. You guys have a bad habit of leaving your journals out. You know that? Had the nightmare again. I'm in an old tomb, barely a candle to light the way. Off in a corner, I see a pair of red glowing eyes that come closer. Closer. Then just before I can make out what it is through the shadows, the creature's gone. I try to run, but every way I go ends in rubble and stone. There's no escape. I turn around to see the eyes once more, staring back at me. I hear laughter, a child's laughter. Then everything is fire. I try to scream, but nothing comes out. The eyes just stare ahead as I writhe in the flames. That is when I awaken, drenched in sweat. It has been like this for 5 nights in a row. The nightmares are becoming more frequent, and I'm not sure how much more of this I could stand. It may not be wise, but perhaps it is time we moved on from this wretched place. Oh, really? Guys, do me a favor. I want you to hold on to this particular excerpt about Ilara's experience and her nightmares. There's going to be a point where we're going to be confronted with something perhaps similar ourselves, or we may even find the nightmare to have a shred of truth to it. In Grim Dawn, you learn not to take away from any individual experience everything, no matter how cryptic or obscene or small it is. You learn not to underestimate portents, signs, predilections, predictions, stories. You learn to take that kernel of truth and hold it tight. Hold it tight enough that when you find the real thing, you know exactly what to do. That's really what Grim Dawn is about, making the real seem more real. I get the feeling we're gonna need some more dynamite. Let's just take it now while we have the opportunity. I'm trying to remember if I did anything off camera. I think, yeah, the Gilded Arcanum commendation is new, and so are the foot, the foot items. Like I said, I do intend on gearing up some of this off camera so that you don't have to sit there and quite literally watch me grind like 1,000 enemies and maybe only kinda get anywhere close to what we need. Maybe eventually, but not right now. Okay, Buried Crypt and Callista? Child with a crypt that seemingly goes to nowhere. Let's look at this journal again. I'm in an old tomb. This is a buried crypt with barely a candle to light the way. Guess what? There are a couple of candles interspersed to light the way. And there's a child that we don't know about. Alright, let's figure out what this is. Please help me. I'm so scared. How did you get trapped down here? I was out playing by myself like Mama said not to. I wandered into this cave when the exit collapsed behind me. Please, I just want to go home to my Mama and Papa. They live in a camp nearby. Why didn't they come looking for you? Surely we would have heard about this, right? I don't know. Why does it matter? Maybe they couldn't find this place under all the rocks. You're frightening me with all your questions. I just need to get out of this prison. I find it odd. What did you eat down here? How long have you been down here? In Grim Dawn, you question everything. Everything. I find it odd that you're so suspicious. Your mistrust must be a reflection of your own poor character. You're how old, little miss? You're how old? Reflection of your own poor character. You're like 7 or 9. How do you know what character means? You wouldn't describe character as an abstraction. You would say, why are you so suspicious? Why don't you believe me? That's what you would say. Is your heart so bitter that you won't help a lost child find their way home? I could believe this if she looked like 12 or 14, but she don't. She looks like a small child. Where is your camp? You know where it is. Past the camp on the way here. I sense... Ah, see, there's the tip-off. There's the tip. Right here. I mean, I know my people are down below in the valley probably waiting for me. Please, you must let me out. I don't trust you. I don't trust you at all. How did you get trapped? Right. Something seems off. Take me from this place now. You are a deceiver, demon. Yep, sure enough. Don't be afraid to call spades spades in this game. Trapped and alone as you should be. There's nothing more, by the way. That's all this little crypt was. Now, I'm gonna we should return back to that camp and ask any of the residents about, you know, hey, did you know about this? Maybe specifically Eliza, seeing as how that's the diary entry we read. That's the owner of the diary entry we read about. Ilara, excuse me. A Ch'thonian almost tricked me into releasing it here. Oh no, you must mean Callista. The girl is devil spawn, a curse upon her family. Shortly after she was born, her eyes would glow red and she could speak, but not in any human tongue. Tarvik could not bring himself to end her life, so he left her in a nearby tomb and sealed the entrance shut. If you have spoken to her, then she must have broken free. Do not fear. I have banished the Ch'thonian for good. Well, I don't know. See, the thing about it is this isn't okay. Like, you took someone who might possibly have been possessed by a Ch'thonian, and instead of trying to help them, you put them in a tomb alone. That's not okay. But we've banished it, and so we could sit here and harp on the morals of this And you know, we should remind ourselves that that action was never okay to start with. But the fact of the matter is, they were Chthonian that possessed a child for whatever reason, and both they and that child are dead. The Chthonian will probably not have returned back to its dimension, and the child is at peace now. Or perhaps the child was a projection. Either way, we have banished it. I thank you. I thank you. Callista was a terror we could not face. You've done what we could not bring ourselves to do. Alright. Our poor Callista. In peace at last. Alright, well, I am certainly glad. Maybe your nightmare came from the fact that you left that unresolved. People have nightmares and dreams about unresolved stuff all the time. I remember once when I put off an essay, and all I could think about in terms of the essay, where the essays, like at night when I was sleeping, all I could think about were the contents of that essay. And then I woke up in a cold sweat, did the essay, and proceeded to get a C on it. Good enough to pass, but quite the harrowing portent in the meantime. Yeah, people, at least that's one interpretation of it. I want to hesitate at putting auguries and interpretations of dream as being, you know, that's something for psychologists to do. You don't want to make a real career out of that. Why? Because it's the same kind of career that soothsaying had, and it is just as faulty for the same reasons. People are paying you money to assume that your interpretation is correct. It's why paying seers to tell the future, or to try to divine the contents of something, is just as wrong. In this universe, it at least makes some sense. Because you can magically do this. In our world, magic doesn't exist. It's not real. You could undergo spiritual rituals, like cutting yourself with a dagger encrusted in ore dust or in powdered rubies. Like, you can do that. You could go through the process of ritualistically casting a spell, but you would never complete the spell. You would never actually will it into being. I don't want to spit on anyone's religion and or spiritual practices, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about your practices. Your practices are you know, they're not the big deal. They're not the real problem. The problem is trying to turn that practice into something more. Instead of just being something symbolically worth it for you, you try to will that into the world on someone else. And as long as we're just talking about seeing futures, I guess that's one thing. But what if you were asked to maybe change the future? What if you had real power? And you could, in fact, you know, see the future, manipulate it somehow, just by watching it. Similar to how Schrodinger's cat is both alive and dead until you open the box. But then again, if people could actually see the future and do anything more than ritualistically use a mirror or a bowl of water or the flicker of a hearth fire to attempt to see into the future, if people were doing more than looking at inanimate objects and in fact actually seeing the future, we would have different conversations, and none of which pertain to, is magic real or not? Because it's, right now, all we have is, it's not real. All the magic in the world can be explained by scientific phenomena that occurs at the same time. The reason that your house is haunted is because you're sitting on a magnetic field that is interfering with specific objects at specific times. Yes, it's easier to believe in spirits, and the fact that the spirits of the dead have sentience, but The truth might be somewhere closer to, well, that might have been where this person died, but alas, all it was were subtle magnetic vibrations, or the magnetism is affecting the water or affecting the very stone upon which the house sits, making a bunch of other objects upon which the magnetism needs to be a certain way to act weirdly when it is a different way, aka when the house is haunted. I digress. I'm not trying to, you know, how do I word this? I'm not trying to say, oh, you can't practice spellcraft or you shouldn't practice spellcraft. But again, I go back to it's ritual. It's what you believe. If you believe it, then, or if you believe in its practice, then that should be good enough. You don't need to try and actualize the results of scrying onto the world. I happen to know a fair bit about spellcraft. Not about specific rituals, but the fact that there are lots of different ways to perform it. The fact that it's mentioned not only in random obscure texts, but also mentioned in obscure texts from King Solomon. There's a reason why the Ars Goetia, Goetia? I think it's Ars Goetia, lists or talks about how to comment or talk to the 72 kings or demons of hell, like the specific named ones, and what they were good at helping you solve, what kinds of problems they were good at helping you solve. And if you followed the rituals in that book, you could totally talk to, or at least feign talking to the 72 lords of hell. The Ars Goetia is a real book. You can go find it. Or you can find like a modern manuscript of it. Would I encourage it? No, absolutely not. Because if these things are real, and magic is in fact real, why do we want to invite extraplanar entities into our world to practice that very magic over which we will have no control if it doesn't follow or interact with the world in a plausible manner? If they could move objects without providing any kind of direct force, we would be in a world of hurt. Real big problems. You don't want that. Don't invite the wrath or interest of extraplanar entities into our world, please. Believing in them and practicing the rituals as described in the book is fine. Trying to actualize the magic into reality is not something we want to be doing. Anytime. I would even argue this with the angels. There's a specific sect. Well, actually, I don't know if it is specifically the sects of Christianity. There's like a specific section of faiths out there that believe in the real power of the angels, like Gabriel or Michael and such, or any of their underlings. I would advise people not that while you can believe in Michael and Gabriel and all the other archangels as you please, don't invite their will into this world. After all, those who hear the Lord's name and see his face are sure to perish. The same would probably be true if we looked upon the angels. We would see their face, know their name, their true name, their real name, and perish. The mortal world is meant to be inhabited by mortals. However, if you were already of the person who was trying to actualize that magic into reality... Sorry, I'm forgetting an important part. Just like, the Ars Goetia had methods for which to contact the demons, there's a book on angels that does the exact same thing. It does it in a different way, but you can totally do it. There are prayers that you can incant or intone and totally go and seek an angel, either specific rank of angel or a specific angel if you know their name. Don't do this. Don't invite extra planar entities into our world to create chaos that we won't be able to prove because people don't believe they exist. It's a self-perpetuating prophecy, really. Or a self-perpetuating design. It's like it's even similar to the way in which people say the devil made me do it. Sure, but who's gonna believe that? What evidence do you have for saying the devil made you do it? You have none. You're just trying to cover up whatever it is you did on your own power, or even during some drug-induced fever dream, or some psychotic event, and you don't take any ownership for it. Psychosis is totally different. Has to be handled totally differently. But all of those things fall under the same yoke, where no matter how true it'll be, no one will believe you. So just don't do that stuff. There's a limit to the belief in the gods, is all I will say. Or God, singular, depending on whatever it is you believe. I thought I was going to be struggling with killing that particular one, but I guess not. Here we are in the rotting croplands. Hopefully, we'll find the Dermapteran nest before we find the Ethereals, but I've had it done both ways. This isn't the first time I've reached end of the farmlands, after all.
That skill's not ready.
Nope, that is not what I wanted to do. Okay. Definitely don't want to be pressing wrong buttons during a crisis. So, I guess this is a good time to ask an engagement question. People don't need to feel coerced to answer, but you know, what do you think about people's attempts to communicate with the gods? Any gods, beyond like simple prayers or well-wishing. People who actually go through the process of gathering the instruments according to some ritual, going so far as to shedding blood or the killing of small game animals for the purposes of trying to get in contact with their god, or any entity, really. People could be calling for Cthulhu or any of the other smaller, any smaller extraplanar figures. And I would still caution them against the same thing. Trying to interact with that which you surely cannot see and know without dying is bad for you. Believing in it is fine. Doing anything more crosses the fabric of the material to the immaterial, the mortal plane to the immortal planes, the numerous immortal planes. Even attempts trying to get to heaven. You know, there are stories that go into this. Dragon Age is an example. The entire basis of that game is about people adapting to the narrative that people went to heaven before they were supposed to. People entered the realm of the gods alive. And the mortal taint by the people who did this was so paramount that it literally changed the landscape of heaven, and it became this dour place. Now, it's probably not called heaven. It's called something else. But in Dragon Age, many people equate that to like some form of the afterlife, in that you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to enter that alive. There's a reason why people don't communicate with any extraplanar entity, and why magic is so highly distrusted. Because it was magic that allowed those mortals to enter that form of heaven, or that realm in which the creator god made for himself. Now, we shouldn't be using... Nice. We shouldn't be using, like game scenarios to describe what's happening in the real world, but my point I want to make by bringing all this is that this is not a fresh question. People have thought about it for a while. Can you get to heaven, or whatever you will pass for heaven, alive? And if so, what would happen? What would happen if you attempted to communicate directly with, for example, the Lord, or Allah, or Yahweh, or... Well, I shouldn't use Yahweh, I should use Adonai. But I'm not Jewish either. I don't know. Anyway. Or, you know, any one of the myriad gods of different pantheons, which are all out there. After all, if you're a believer... If you're a believer of Christ, like I am, sure, you must also believe in the existence of other gods and other entities. You must. Because the Bible specifically forewarns you against talking out or seeking out other faiths for worship. You could know them, but you cannot worship them. But we're getting into religion instead of like analyzing the ramifications of trying to communicate with things that are perhaps beyond the mortal world. There's a point where that begins to leave the realm of philosophy and instead enters the realm of religion, and I want to avoid that today, if I can help it. Now, if something happens to bring about a more direct prompt, then no, I'm not going to, but I want to make sure conversations aren't being springboarded to more dangerous stuff, just willy-nilly. And religion, along with politics, are very, very, very dangerous conversations. Especially in today's world, where people will kill you over it. Depending on where you live. So, to sort of continue where we were leaving off with a different subject, basically what we're doing now is we are following the farmlands wherever they're going to take us. Hopefully somewhere along the way, we're going to find a nest in which we will be able to take pheromone glands from Grand Viziers. Those are basically like the Queen's guards. And we will be able to kill ourselves a Dermapteran queen. I want to be careful and like get out of here before things get worse. Luckily, our damage is such that usually, unless it's like something in a dungeon or some other cave, we're practically fine. Which I'm grateful for. If we bumped into just random stuff and it started one-shotting us, I'd be really concerned. In addition, we're also going to be going up north eventually to deal with the ethereal spawn. In a barn very much like this one, we're gonna find like one of these massive ethereal, like crystal stalks, which we may be bumping into now, if the ethereal presence is any indication. And we're going to put an end to it. That's the whole portion of this first step of the content at Homestead. The quests at Homestead. They all revolve around, you know, the temporary closure of the ethereal threat. Because the later portions of the game deal with the Ch'thonians a lot more. Like, the ethereals are from a different dimension, and the Ch'thonians are from a different dimension, neither one of which like the others, so at some point you're going to be learning more about the ethereals, or the Ch'thonians, excuse me. Because before we kind of just knew of them on the outskirts of Burwitch. And to be quite honest, it is a welcome change. You'll feel like all the gear that you've been accumulating that increases your resistance to Aether is suddenly going to be very irrelevant. And you're right, it will be. You'll have the Chaos damage type to try to resist instead. An equally rare damage type. Aether is at least less rare and easily accessible. Chaos is like, it's on some gear. I feel like you find it more often if you're actually wearing gear with Chaos damage on it. And Chaos mainly tends to be associated with fire damage, or acid damage, but it can be associated with other stuff. I've seen it associated with lightning before. Or you'll find gear that'll convert it, or a portion of it, to Chaos. That did not take us long. I thought that thing was still alive for a brief second. Okay, so the... If I remember, are we getting back to the... I think we're on the way to deal with the Ethereals right now. I'm not sure if we want to be pivoting back. Yeah, we're dealing with a lot of Ethereals. We actually want to head west first. Said we wanted to try to deal with the Viziers and the Dermapteran Queen before we resolved the requests that Captain Sower made. Not that they're irreversible, just, you know, we were asked to do something, and if we do this quest with the... if we were asked to do something that involves the main quest, there's a good chance we might be asked we might be asked to go somewhere in the complete opposite direction of all our side quests, and then we're stuck picking between the two. Or it could be headed toward the main area all along. It's actually kind of hard to tell with the way everything is pathing out. You could get lost here. Like, very lost. Because it all kind of looks the same. Like it's farmstead and forests, which I get. It's farmland. You kind of want it to look the same, because there are really only so many ways you could do up a farm and have it make any kind of sense, but there are limits. Yeah, see, even this alternate pathway we tried to take just ended up bringing us back along the main path somehow. Well, all that's left to do is to keep going, right? We soldier on. That's kind of one of the big takeaways from Grim Dawn. If you want to survive, you got to be willing to do anything to survive. But sometimes survival itself is kind of a hollow existence. For example, also here is a cave entrance. Cronley was looking to survive in a world full of big, nasty, ethereal critters. These spirits that take over human bodies. And he was like, well, you can either beat them or join them of your own free will and show them that you have the strength to do what it takes. You could show them that you're better off alive and free than possessed and possessed as a tool. But that in and of itself turned out to be a somewhat hollow existence. The ethereal crystals amplified his own traits, made him more sadistic than ever. I'm glad I did that. Yeah, the caves are really dangerous places. I nearly forgot. Well, nothing to do but get back to it. We're here at the object of our quest now. We're not suddenly going to stop. You just want to... Yeah... Ugh. Oh, but they died anyway. Okay, we're at least able to get it back. I wasn't really expecting them to camp that location. They did, though. They did. We lost, like, what, 6K off of that? 7K. About 7K experience. 7 and 8. But yeah, welcome to the Royal Hive. And of course, like all the hives we've been in so far, the tunnels kind of span on and on and on, with seemingly no end in sight. And the way that this place is sort of broken up is you have the... You have, I guess, wings of the tunnel that are dedicated to one vizier or another. And then you have... I'm sorry. There's actually like a second floor, and you have to actually get to that second floor to get to those wings. If I'm remembering correctly, which I might not. Don't take stock of what I say unless it's in a long-form content of some kind. I was half expecting you to spray goop across, you know, half the tunnel and make it entirely not traversable. Wow, you actually jumped over that obstacle to get to me. So, in the Royal Hive, it's not quite like the wasp hives we were in earlier, where it was like, oh, there's a very specific texture. Think of the Dermapterans more like ants. They'll burrow in dirt and tend to have these fungal clusters everywhere, whereas in the wasp hives, they tend to make combs everywhere, and you could tell where the important hives were. Here it's all important. Every bit of space is something that this hive is willing to defend. I mean, not that the wasps didn't defend their space. They had lots of champions with acid and poison and piercing at their disposal. Want to be very careful. I know, I say that a lot. It really does kind of get to be rather old, huh? Well, it can only be so true, right? Good to know one of the pheromones was up here. Yeah, and they'll specify the name. Grand Vizier Ixanil and Grand Vizier Lozakal. I'm not sure why these things have names. Do they name themselves? Do they name others? I don't know. Also, this cave is probably like one of... I shouldn't say it's the first instance, but, you know, there's winding pathways and then there's confusion. This is what I would describe as confusion. Proper confusion, as in you don't even know where you're going kind of confusion. You know where you started, but where's everything else? Oh, and also look at the elites that are going to one-shot us. I think this makes death number 3 in this cave. If you were doing hardcore, though, those caves would have been game over. Absolutely game over. Thankfully, we're not doing a hardcore run. And I'm not sure if I'm going to be playing this game again. Like, we're going to take a grand tour through it, but there aren't really other... There is the Grimmarillion, but this is just a superset of that. So, once we're done with this, it'll be time for Elix. It'll be time for a buggy, if old, game.
That skill's not ready.
Okay. Yeah, those ghouls were not particularly fun to fight. Oh. That ice? I think it is. Like aetherized ice? Oh, what a fun combo that would be. Yeah, aether and cold is also kind of where you see it. Like, I'm thinking of necromancers when I think of, you know, something being ice cold and having the chill of the dead. Yeah, that would be what those damage types would elicit. Also, I like how we've already found the Viziers, already beat them. And all we have left to do now is kind of like just zap off the elites that are pursuing us. Any kills up here help you with the Homestead. I don't know about actually killing the Ethereals, whether or not...
That skill's not ready.
Okay, we're going to separate ourselves. Throw in a barrier for good measure. Okay. Yeah, that's one of the dangers about caves, by the way, is just that they tend to have a lot of elites packed in a short space. Yeah, or like bosses. Enemy heroes. They tend to have heroes packed in a tight space, and if you don't have some means of getting out quickly, you could just be trapped in a corner. So you're not only having to kite things, but you're also having to kite in a way that is aware of the terrain instead of being able to kite any which way you want. So you're kiting into places you don't know have enemies or don't have enemies. And it just exponentially makes the situation more dangerous. Okay, we got him. And all this loot will be worth it. Absolutely all of this loot will be worth it. We'll be able to take it back, sell it, compost it down, and you get other useful materials out of it. It's great stuff. Don't just, okay, yep. So we have tunnels, and then we have the queen. I thought it was 2 floors, but I guess you find the, Viziers on the first floor. I just completely misremembered that. My apologies, folks. Did that say lapis? Lapis lupus? I think it did. Lapis lupus. It sure did. It is a melee attacking amulet, or, you know, someone who uses the physical sides of their guns to do damage. Alright, let's go to the Dermapteran tunnel entrance before we take out the queen. Let's just see what else is here. There could be something else for us to go eliminate. Or it could be a way to, like, discreetly go take out the 2 Viziers. We are here at the Skittering Den. Is it a skittering den of iniquity? Nope, this is wrong. That was close. And I like how we definitely attract the attention of, like, things 20 meters plus from our position. But this is what we signed up for with this build. So, I guess I want to take a moment to just kind of talk about the build. And why I chose it. See, normally when I play this kind of electrocute build, I realize that they're gonna, you know, make us conjure storms. And those storms tend to have ice or rain in them, which means cold damage. So the normal builds that I would run have like 3 or 4 different flavors of varying amounts of lightning or cold damage and don't really bother with much else. Or have the occasional aether instead. I wanted to at least do a change up on that build. Make it different. And I guess in terms of the vanilla game, you tend to have like fusions between Arcanist and Shaman, and you tend to be more of like a hybrid build where you spend some amount of time conjuring totems and some amount of time with ice bombs. I'm sorry, not ice bombs, but Alexstra's flash freeze, or I'm forgetting the name, but it's a fire tempest, something like that. Like, you're spending a lot of time conjuring things and you're just trying to move around and survive. And you might be able to fit in the a melee attack every so often. But not much more than that. So I thought, okay, what else can I do instead? You have, like, lightning and aether, but I didn't want to do aether stuff with this. I was trying to go for something specific, so I thought, okay, let's use fire instead. And I did. And that's kind of where, this is the point that we've been led to, basically. Please tell me that... Was it the boots? Was it the boots? I think it was the chest or pants. Yeah, I think it was the pants. Almost lost the pants, by the way. And had to seriously go and find new pants. Alright. We have the Magma Tempest. And 35% chance for targets to fumble attacks and have impaired aim is not bad at all. Granted, we have bonuses to this, but it's not bad. Which one did I visit first? Okay, we visited the Skittering Den. I wish it would label these as, like, I don't know, instead of calling it the Dermapteran tunnel entrance, after we've cleared it out, say, hey, this is the Skittering Den. What about in here? What do we have in here? The Swarming Hatchery. With beasts in it? Yeah, I'm not buying that one. As usual, Dawn of Mastery does take the theming and kind of, you know, throw it out the door.
That skill's not ready.
And then for good measure... Nice, we killed one. Takes that theming and does kind of discard it, more or less, but you know what? That's fine. It's what we asked for, folks. More specifically, it's what I asked for. You guys are kind of along for the ride, but I'm doing my best to make sure that you feel like you're part of the journey. And I try to discuss the story and talk about the game's elements. And maybe try to find ways to tie it back into our world, the real world. It's easy to get immersed in games and not really and lose sight of the real world. I'd like us to avoid that. Granted, this does put me at odds with people who, you know, are looking for an escape and see video games as a form of that escape. I'm certainly not trying to take that away from anyone. Just, you know, games draw off of many of the events and occurrences that happen in the real world, or draw upon references to the real world, or things that real people have said, or timeless concepts that have been told over and over and over and over again in stories from all over the world. Like creation myths, tales of squabbling amongst the gods, people attempting to explain anything and everything, people attempting to make sense of a world that is no longer hospitable to them. Like, there's so many more things I could list here compared to my limited small brain, but games reference the real world. We should do our best to keep the real world in focus. Why was a reference made to this or that? Was it as simple as someone said something profound and the game devs thought it should be included, or was it more along the lines of whatever this portion of the game is in honor of something? For example, Canai's Cube in Diablo 3 is a reference to an employee that worked at the Blizzard Studios and was part of the Diablo dev team. His last name, I think, was Canai, so that's what they decided to call it. They could have called it literally anything else, but instead they decided to call it Canai's Cube, the artifact that is responsible for transmuting set items you get, or rare items that you get, into some other part of the set or rare item if you have enough materials to do so. Yeah, the Diablo endgame is real. I'm ragging on Canai's Cube a little bit, but I do think it was nice that they decided to name that feature of the game after someone who had passed away on their dev team. That's always a nice touch. I don't know if it goes more into detail, or, you know, draws upon the person any more than just their last name, but it's something. Alright, so we've cleared out those. Now it's time to go deal with the queen, who's in her own chamber, and she hits like a dump truck. She really, really does. I kid you not. You guys will see when you come down here. Now, our build will have the advantage of being able to deal damage to her without getting close. The queen will tend to summon a lot of adds. Maybe we may be able to damage her just by doing what we normally do, but there's no guarantee of that. I will reply to that Discord in just a moment. Or I'll see what it is on my phone and determine if that's something worth replying to. Speaker for the Dead. Oh, what a book. This would have been useful during my first playthrough. So if my memory serves... Okay, we want to be real careful here.
I can't do that yet.
Did we... I think we killed the hero there. And I totally forgot about my break, too. I'm not going to take it now. I'll take it at the normal spot that I take one, which is in about 30 minutes or so. It'll be the halfway point of today's stream. Now, how much damage did we actually do to you? Only a little bit. Oh yeah, she is a very, very damaging fight. Or a very hard enemy. You were definitely not expected to have an easy time with her. Oh, look. Oh, and then the queen gets a pair of legs.
That skill's not ready.
Oh yeah, this was her abdominal sac, and she just ripped out of it to try to deal with us. It didn't work. But boy, would that be scary. You kill a queen ant or something like that, and then, you know, you think you've killed her, but the next day you see a new ant like emerging out of the queen's egg sac. Like, huh? Turns out it was the same queen all along, and you only squished her belly. Now, granted, that's not how ant anatomy works currently, but it could work that way. You know, maybe the ant queens adapt to become more mobile, like evolve to become more mobile, and learn to carry their egg sacs with them, so that we see queen ants on the surface literally guarded by a ball of ants or something. I think that's how one species of ants actually works, is that they roll around in a little ball, and it's really freaking cool. I might look up the specific species of ant that does that. Just like I know that Siafu ants will actually enter the Siafu workers are so small that they can enter in through the perforations the giant soldier ants make, and people have died from the inside out because of being attacked by Siafu ants. That stuff's real. Like, okay, obviously people getting attacked and killed by them, not cool, but that's nature for you. Nature isn't always kind. Sometimes it does kill people who happen to be camping out in that space, or people who just happen to be passing by. Nature is territorial like that. Not always nice to you. You have to be willing to defend yourself, and maybe not camp in spots where you know there are Siafu ants. Although I think in the case I'm remembering, people definitely didn't know that Siafu ants were out and about. They just thought they were ants. Weird stuff. Yeah, needless to say, nature will evolve to meet its conditions. Like, the creatures of nature and the plants and the flora will evolve to meet the challenges that their circumstances face. This kind of trope is explored in a lot of detail in the Fallout series, actually, where you have creatures that were a result of experiments. Ow. I bit my tongue. The results of having, like, experiments performed on them, or, you know, soaking in latent radiation, which caused dozens of changes in mutation, or in genetic sequence. And all those mutations led to the ants increasing in size, or... Well, in the case of the Cazadors, it's actually genetic experimentation, but in terms of the ants, not so much. Not, at least just not as far as I know. Well, I gotta be extra careful while I'm here. Stop zapping me with extra lightning, please. Okay. Oh. Oh. This guy is just not letting up. anytime soon. In that case, we're just gonna have to, like, DPS him down with skills you can deploy on the move. Sometimes you can't just zap people, you gotta keep moving. Yeah, so we've dealt with the queen, but we're gonna actually do what we set out to do now, which is to go deal with the Grim Harvest. Which we can totally tell that's where we're headed based on, you know, based on the kinds of enemies we're killing. So many enemies leave deposits of, like, random stuff on the ground. Also, I've never... Oh, please don't crash. Please don't crash. I'm begging ya. It's gonna crash. I'll look at this and look at the task manager. Okay. No, nothing of the sort. Yep, it's gonna crash. And of course, the game actually records it as a crash. Good. Good. At least we've confirmed that it is in fact a crash. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna take a break. I know, taking a break at 2, and then first you're gonna take a break at 1 hour, then you're gonna take a break at 2. Now it's 1:30. I kinda need a few minutes to just sort of walk that off. Because that's kind of frustrating. But on top of that, I do have to go to the bathroom, so I'm just gonna take that break now. It'll probably be in the ballpark of 5 to 8 minutes, something like that, while I'm... Okay, you don't have a quest. Good. We are gonna park ourselves at Homestead, though, and then we'll try to use our skills to quickly make our way, you know, after we, of course, actually rest at Homestead. We'll talk to Douglas when we come back, and then, proceed to go to the what was this again? The Gruesome Harvest. Well, I'll see you guys back inside this, farmstead wasteland after the end of the totally non-commercial break. Oh, so sorry about that. I am back. Hopefully I didn't take more than my allotted time, but if I did, I will continually apologize about this. Probably not true for the whole time, but I will at least apologize again. So sorry. So, Douglas Sullivan Oldbarrow. Okay, Mr. Oldbarrow, what do you have to say? Have you dealt with the Dermapteran Queen? That cycle is permanently disrupted. That is the best news I've heard for weeks. I'll have to speak to Captain Sommer about getting a proper kitchen set up. You have done so much for us. I think it's only fair that we return the favor. Yeah, so you totally get an inventory increase for this. I've totally forgot about that. Whenever you see this bag icon with a tied satchel, that would have been how we've gotten an inventory increase. I will send word that food is to be delivered to Devil's Crossing immediately. Consider the first shipment to be a thank you and a sign of a prosperous future between the two settlements. All right. Now we report back to Barnabas, of all people. Also, before we continue, we have someone's diary. We should probably return to them for continuing on. Okay. Inquisitor, we have like 1 or 2 more diary entries, I think, and then we're good after that point. Thank you for clearing out our farm. It's the best news I've heard in weeks. I found your diary. Oh heavens, I hope you didn't read it. It's not proper to stick your nose into a lady's private scribblings. How would I have known to turn it into you if I didn't look at it? Thank you. I dropped it when we fled the farm. Figured the Dermapterans would have shredded it by now. Your secret is safe with me. I've been, writing again. I hope you don't mind, but I wrote you into the story. Just make sure my character's really buff. Sure, but I better not die at the end. That would have been... Hello, Mama was talking about you. She said you like to stick your nose in books that aren't yours. What have you got there? This is Mona. I'd let you hold her, but she's being mean and cries when anyone but me does it. I found it and brought it back to your mama. Oh, well, that was very nice of you. Mama writes in there all the time. Take care, kid. I'm terrible at voicing country girls, by the way. Don't ask me to do a country girls impression. Or country boys, for that matter. I'm awful at both. When the Dermapteran threat dealt with, Captain Somers requisitioned some supplies to get a kitchen up and running. Now that we have food coming in from the fields you've reclaimed, we can finally start living off of more than scraps. What about food for the people of Devil's Crossing? You'll have to take that up with Douglas. That's fine by me. A real butcher's kitchen, that. But of course, this should be the last quest before we just kind of close off completely with Devil's Crossing. You'll see what I mean. At least for the time being. All right, Barnabas.
I don't know what you did, but it sure worked. We've already received a shipment of food from Homestead, and more seems to be on the way. We've single-handedly secured the future of this settlement. I don't know how to thank you. Have a glass of water. It's on me.
I'm just glad we survived. And just to kind of show proof of concept, if we go back and look.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Yeah, look, we've unlocked revered status. Like, we could buy these blueprints now, which we totally will. If I go and look. Yeah, we have not learned these. I suppose now would be a good time to talk about augments. I mean, I guess we could have talked about the magical augments before, but like before then, with the rare like augments, but now you're getting the really good stuff, which you needed to be level 54. So I won't showcase each of these, but basically augments are, you can have a component on and an augment on, if I'm like remembering correctly. I'm just trying to find when I've accidentally attached an augment to. I might not have put an augment on this, on these, for the record, but I believe you can have both. No, okay, I don't think I have, so we're actually going to go ahead and demonstrate it now. So, component or augments have specific pieces of gear for which they could be applied. They're like extra bonuses, more or less. So if we look at the augments we have here, this one, it usually comes with some text and talks about what it does. This is applied to rings and amulets, and it'll say what kind of bonus it has along with a cost. The Overseer's Gaze is one I'm probably going to get for rings and amulets, and this adds lightning damage, stun duration, aether resistance, and offensive ability. This one's good. Song of the Elements might be a little bit more profound if our build had more cold and fire damage in it. Instead, we only have one bit each, and the skills kind of take up the rest. Of course, that being said, 20% to just all the damage types is not bad either. But I suppose my point in that conversation is there are lots of different kinds of augments, and you do start to see them at the honored stage, and you get a lot of the better ones, the more potent ones, at level 50. Or aka in the revered status. So, also, revered is the last status. Yeah, absolutely the last status. I don't know about this new dungeon or quest. I don't know anything about the dungeon part. I know about the, like, board, but that's already specified here. So I don't know at all. But definitely keep an eye on these bonuses. Speaking of which, if you'll notice, we're already revered with Homestead, and we're revered with the Rovers. We have a lot of work to do to get the Black Legion to like us. We can't even access their bounty table yet. And their faction vendor. We have a lot of work to do. So, in terms of augments, we're not going to bin any gear just yet. We'll do that later. We don't have a pet. So methinks we're going to grab a single Survivor's Ally. I'm sorry. Did I pick up Survivor's Ally? I did. We're going to pick up a single Overseer's Gaze and test it out. Let's just see what happens. Are you sure you want to apply this augment? Notice, it did not say, would you like to replace your component? So, let's try it out. There you go. See? So now, we have extra damage. So what we're going to do now is go back to the Rover settlement and see what augments they have for sale. Which is going to be at the Arcovian Foothills Rift, I believe. We're going to go back and talk to them. There's the salvage dealer. Okay. Not this one. There's another one. I swear I'll get all my information right someday. It might be the Broken Hills Rift. That's what I'm thinking of. I get those two locations mixed up all the time, even though they're listed separately. Nope, wrong location again. Might it be the old Arcovia Rift? It might be. Yep, sure is. We went and found it. Alright, so here we have the Rover Keeper of Artifacts, which serves as our as a place for additional magic augments. Speaking of which, we have not picked up. No, we have picked up. We've picked up the blueprints already. I remember to pick up some of them, but not necessarily all of them. So, the shape of the augment will generally tell you where you can apply it. These box-like things let you know you can apply it to armor, whereas these jars generally say, hey, that's a weapon, that's a ring and amulet augment. See, it's not even the same thing. Look, different augments. Even here, different augments. In fact, I think you get... It's Mogdragon's Sanctity, Vitality and Chaos. Nope. So they definitely do not correlate with one another. Potent Winterbloom Powder. Okay, I see what's happening. No, I didn't want to buy that. Where did that go? Right here. So these augments are rare. These ones are magic. They do more. Although, the Potent Winterbloom Powder actually does more cold and frostburn damage, whereas Winter's Chill basically adds like crowd control and like crowd control elements to whatever you're buying. Finally, we have yet to go back to Homestead and check out those augments. We should do that now. Just get a complete picture of what we're working with. But we're basically looking to twink out sorry, when I say twinking, we're talking about we're talking about oh, nice. We get access to different augments. Good to know. And we need to buy these blueprints. I mean, like, optimizing for the level that you're playing at. Obviously, we're not twinking out, because we're instead just going to level the full way, but at that point, you would just call that, like, min-maxing. I should have just called that min-maxing from the start, come to think of it, but, you're not always... You don't always make the right judgment calls. Fire, Chaos, Lightning... Yep, Raincaller Powder. Potent Raincaller Powder. Okay, so... I've basically kind of broken this up... Like, they've sort of broken this up to... Hey, this vendor sells augments of this kind... That vendor sells augments of that kind. So now we have actual weapon augments. These are thankfully pretty cheap. Yeah, these are thankfully really cheap. So all we have to do is buy the buy the ones of interest, and we should be good to go. At this point, we should start augmenting our gear. So what are we going to do? We're going to... all one-handed shields and caster offhands. I think we might actually want the powders as opposed to the blessings. Because if we look at this, we don't have any pets. We do have some fire damage, though. Actually, this might be one of the ones. Now, if I go and look at the vendor for the Black Legion, which is separate, by the way, you should be able to find them both at Homestead, though. Yeah, here's the Quartermaster. If we look at these, yep. So this is where you'll find your weapon augments. Lightning, Aether, Pierce, Cold, Elemental. We probably want the Elemental augments, if I'm being completely honest with you. It essentially amounts out to be about the same thing as we have like a caster offhand. Yeah, we definitely want these. We're paying more to put the same... We're putting on... I think we essentially get 85% of the value out of the one-handed variants as opposed to the two-handed variants.
See you around.
Alright. So the powders. We need to figure out what we're going to apply. We should work with what we have now. Rather than attempt to go out of our way to make, like, withhold gearing until after we've gotten our, okay, two-handed. Let's go ahead and get the rain collar powders. Looking back at the rain collar powder, yeah, that's probably work. That's like 36 offensive ability. Apply this augment, apply that augment. Now look, we have we have these augments. They just basically add extra stats to your stuff. So you deal more damage or you have resistance. The augments are probably an excellent way to get resistance now that I'm thinking about it. It's too bad we can't get any of the armor augments. No, I don't want to...
we speak at last.
No, I don't want to speak to you ever. I'm joking, but... Let's go ahead and get all these augments all together. The accessory augments are fine, but we probably aren't going to be able to... Yep, damage, lightning, aether, poison, bleed... Then we have all this. It just specifically rings and amulets. So we're not really going to be augmenting everything. You can't. But you could get close. Too bad there's not one for metals. Also, let's totally make a deposit of our stuff.
Got something you need stashed.
I'm not sure why I put the key over there. It should totally be back over here, but whatever. We're gonna fix that now. I guess we should also just kind of take this opportunity to sort of fix our inventory. We should do that now rather than later. I would definitely say this is the most boring portion of the game, and it's boring in the sense that, you know, you don't want to be doing this. You want to be playing the game, but sometimes you gotta do it. This is stuff that just has to get done. Thankfully, we've already come up with such a robust system that it literally can't be easier for us. Also, we should keep the dynamite out. Because we might as well compile down the epics and legendaries we have while we're here. Yep, we're gonna sell all these. Very luscious, nice looking greens. If only you could toss these greens on a salad, then every kid would eat their vegetables. Or, you know, perhaps no one would eat their vegetables because why would these be vegetables? They're sticks and sharp blades. Doesn't that elicit horror stories of Halloween in the 90s? That was everyone's big fear, was that you'd find stuff stuck in the razor blades, you'd still find stuff stuck in the razor blades. Okay, there's all those, and how about these? I do want to take the opportunity to thank everyone so much for stopping by today. I realize today's kind of quiet, but you know what? It's raining outside, and I could have just easily said, you know, hey, my internet doesn't do well on streams, but today's performance was actually quite good. I hope I didn't jinx it just by saying that, but you never know. You can't know these things. You can't live in fear. You have to live in the here and the now, and with a penchant or focus for planning toward the future. Start by buying 50 of them. Well, 50 total. We're probably going to need more. We almost always do.
The shipments have started to arrive from Homestead. I suppose that means I can stop researching ways to turn Rifthound meat into something edible. A shame.
I don't even want to know what that entailed.
The shipments have started to arrive from Homestead. The man wasn't very good at keeping notes, I'm afraid. Most of what I've deciphered so far has been nothing but the random musings of a madman. Nothing solid to work with. Are you sure there weren't any other notes down there? The shipments have started...
Okay, we got it. We got it. Of course, it's my fault for talking to you now, isn't it? We want to dismantle these. The dismantling doesn't get any cheaper. Also, we have an empowered version, which we should totally not just dismantle. Let's not do that. Because I get the feeling our offhand isn't ready yet. We need to be about 4 levels higher to do any of that. Or we just don't have enough legendary tokens yet to make the offhand. I believe you need 6 legendary tokens to make it. And have at least one legendary in our arsenal. Hold on. I mean, we're wearing a set item, so we can't just get rid of it anyway. Yeah, that's the thing about sets. Once you have them, you don't want to break them up. Although at some point you have to start realizing that the item level or the stats on the set aren't as good as the stats on like independent gear. Oh, that was the thing that really tore me up the most about raiding in World of Warcraft, is that you know, if the differences seemed negligible, why would you ever choose to disrupt your set in favor of some other set? But better movement speed. I do like this. Lose 3 points of offensive ability. I'll keep this. I was gonna break it down. We might still have to, but gonna do my best not to. Look, you gotta make optimizations in your gear where you can. Might have to do that with the helmets too. It's something else that hasn't been replaced for quite a while now. And our rings, come to think of it. Yeah, that's one thing I will say about the system, is that it becomes harder to discard these really buffed up items for like a clearly better item in a vacuum, because you've buffed it up. If that makes any sense. It's like once you apply enchantments on a piece of gear, evaluating it is no longer so simple, huh? I'm having a tough time clicking around, apparently. Now this, I feel like I might want for something else, but I could get that on my own time. Let's just scrap it. And then we'll come back with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more sticks of dynamite, clean up the rest, and then keep going.
Price of what I've got left. Put it to good use.
I suppose now would be a good time to take a much needed detour and check out the progress toward, replacing our items and make the appropriate switches. I generally don't like to do this on camera because it kind of detracts from the action of the game. But I feel like we could find enough things to talk about that it would be not too problematic. Plus, every so often, I like to actually show the gearing up process so that people understand what exactly goes into it. Just gather all those. We have... Yeah, we wouldn't have enough to make anything, so we're definitely making a replacement. What would we need to make that replacement? We actually just bought raincaller powder, knowing we would have to buy it again. It happens. We may be able to keep the augment on it, more specifically.
I'll keep your stash safe.
And as for this, we have to find a mark of... No, we have to make it. We have to make the mark of Magdagren.
I do the best I can with what I've got.
Which we don't have enough ward stones for. Or aether shards. We've been missing out on these. Okay, and then we make a singular mark. We only had to make one. Put it on this. And then we make the ammo. Apply it to this.
Hey, don't get killed out there.
Let's see what I can do here.
Apply those treads, and we won't be able to really transmogrify that until after we go and Actually, before I forget, just go ahead and do that.
Let's take a look, shall we?
What can you transmute? Ah, we are choosing between the add-on or the item. We don't really need to keep the item, so I guess we can remove the augment. Or the add-on. Let's keep the add-on.
Be safe out there. Perfectly safe illusions.
And then we go back, find the dinky little book. Or we could actually transmute to a different book, which I think we'll do. The Speaker for the Dead, let's apply it. It fits with what we're trying to do. Definitely fits. Like I said, gotta take the optimizations where you can get them.
Keep an eye on this.
And then as for this, we could take a stick of dynamite
Come see what's
and try to break it back down.
Let's take a look, shall we?
Nope, that's salvaging. We would like to dismantle this, please. And get absolutely no legendary cores that were used to make it. Or tokens. No legendary tokens that were used to make it. Oh well.
got something you need
I
stashed?
suppose the last thing to do then is to keep that in inventory for later and summon any legendary blacksmith. And make 3 tokens.
Got something you need stashed?
We really don't need epic gear for too much. We might as well start making legendary tokens as we can get a hold of them. What happened to the music? I only just now realized that. All right. As you can see, our quest list doesn't have any new additions to it. In terms of, Devil's Crossing. So yeah, we can sort of write it off of our map for the time being. Let's go back to the rotting croplands. And try to navigate our way past this mess. Oh, actually, before that, we gotta rebuy the augment. Can't even do that yet. So sorry. What was it? Rain caller powder? Yeah, rain caller's powder.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
I bet you will. Where is it? Yeah, rain caller powder. Right here. Actually, we should just buy like a ton of this. Like 10 or so. And put them in our stash. That would actually be really smart. Then we only have to go back to one place to rebuy. Or like get the useful stuff and reapply it to our armor. We can't preserve augments, so we might as well buy them in advance. That would be the thinking I'm using here. Oh, work smart, not hard. Speaking of smart, time to exercise it again and go back to this rift. I realize we took like 20 minutes to do a tedious task, but quite honestly, it's better to take the 20 minutes and do that than, you know, regret it later because we need to meet some kind of DPS check of some kind. Alright, now how can we shortcut this? I think if we just try to go as the crow flies, we'll find it. Boudica's Ring. We know that's a Grim Quest item. Ah, yes, the one of the Celtic tribes. She was a famous leader from from that era. She was one of the great warriors, unparalleled in her skill. Yeah, GrimQuest definitely took a lot of references from ancient figures of legend. Speaking of, like, you know, what was it, Titan Quest? I think Titan Quest is actually doing, like, a remaster now. Or getting prepared to do a remaster. Which will be great, because I would love to see how the original material played out. Because there's a lot of, like, references to real-world people, places, and things. It's just kind of... It's so out of place. But at the same time, it absolutely works. So I would be interested in knowing more about that series, because that is one of the games. Some of the one of the conversion mods. People were so in love with Titan Quest that they decided to make a port over containing all the classes and stuff from that game to this one. I would love to know more about it. And maybe I'll go back and do my research when I get ready to do the edited videos of this. Of course, these edited videos will be way after the ones for Blasphemous. My thinking is going to be to try to get the Blasphemous edited videos done over the summer. Like do a bunch of editing, like a bunch of Photoshop stuff in preparation for it. Here we are, the gruesome harvest. Ethereals everywhere you look, converted Grobles, ethereal beasts, and aether corruptions. It's all here. Thank you, but I'm not interested in you getting anywhere close to me today. Not at all. Essentially, your tactic for fighting these ethereal beings aren't any different than any other time you fight them. It's just you have more skills at your arsenal at this point. Regardless of your build, you're kind of expected to know what you're doing at this point. The damage is really going to start amping up. I died so many times in this place it wasn't funny. So many times. Both in the modded version and in regular Grim Dawn, like vanilla. I died here a lot. So many times I would get low, only to realize I've stumbled into an ethereal patch, like an aether patch. And then realize, oh, wait, I died because I didn't know where I was going. And I didn't bother to pop a potion and was just trying to get away at the time. When I should have just popped the potion immediately, and it would have saved me a lot of stress back then. Yeah, really what changes in this game is the environments in which you fight the ethereals, not so much anything else. Also, I kind of want to take a moment just to kind of be quiet and let you guys listen to this. The soundtrack changed. I was talking over it at the time, so I'm not sure if anyone heard. People who know the game would know the soundtrack changes at this point. It really has a whole different tone to it. I'm gonna like shut up for a second and let you guys listen to it, and you guys can give me your thoughts about the music afterwards.
Do that yet.
Granted, it's not like an amazing track or anything, but just the fact that they even took the time out of their day to think about it and didn't just let a loop of random music play, and the fact that the mod preserves that is incredible. Usually mods, like overhaul mods like Grimmarillion, like Dawn of Masteries, they tend to want to change up everything for the sake of, you know, changing it up, making the mod theirs. And that's a fine way to look at modding, but when looking at it from a holistic point of view, I think it's important to realize what the vanilla game gets right. And the music, the presentation, and the assets are things that they generally get right. The devs know what they want out of their story. And granted, we've already seen a number of different entities that don't belong to the game. I'm currently doing my first playthrough of Grim Dawn. You're loving this game. I'm glad you like it, Cosmic Jin. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah, Grim Dawn is awesome. Granted, I'm playing a modded version of it, so I get a somewhat of a different experience compared to you, but I think you're going to like the game. I'm glad that you're loving it. I think you're going to continue to like it. Hopefully that love of the game doesn't get lost somewhere along the way as you transition into the future acts of the game, which only get more difficult as the game hurls more stuff at you. Grim Dawn really does like tossing the kitchen sink, and this mod even more so. There's a little mod in this mod package called Grimmest, and Grimmest allows you to tinker with the enemy density, and as well as the hero frequency, or how the ability for tougher enemies to spawn. Which, if you've ever seen an enemy with a star in its name, a skull in its name, and a skull with red eyes in its name, those are all heroes, bosses. I'm sorry. Heroes are the skulls. So it'd be elites, skull, or heroes, and nemesis. Like the bosses. In the text, it would say enemy boss killed. Grimmest basically lets you toggle how dense you would actually like the enemy packs to be and how difficult they tend to be on average. For our build or our current playthrough of the game, I have it set to be twice the enemy density, and for elites and stuff to basically spawn about as I'm sorry, trying to get my words correct. Twice as much. I guess I was trying to look for a more official word, but there wasn't one. Yeah, about twice as much as vanilla. And vanilla has like an okay spawn rate on these things. You basically don't see heroes unless you're in places of interest. And the rate at which like the elites spawn are really they're drastically less compared to this. But given the nature of our player build, we kind of need the extra enemies for a challenge, or else we just shred through them. Yeah, you can sit there all you want, Overlord Van Aldrich, but you're not you're most certainly not going to be alive for too much longer. That is not something you can do in Grim Dawn. Vanilla, by the way. I always have this issue with games that I find mod packages for, where like people are like, huh? How is this any different? People would be amazed at how often I get this question. Why not just play the regular game? I get it so much that I often have to go out of my way to explain how the mod package is in fact different from the game. And I get the feeling I'll have to do this a lot with Elix as well. Like the Elix Plus package doesn't really change that much. Oh, hi. Hello there, the amalgamation. What? And, yeah, we're over-leveled for this. We are very over-leveled for this. But that's fine. The real challenge is in the content that the mod throws at us. Not so much at what the game will throw at us. Yep, that's this portion finished. We can go ahead and return to Homestead. I think for the record, we're going to be in Act 3. This should be Act 3 out of like a 5-act series. I feel like we're right at the middle portion of the game, like baseline. So a lot of this will be spoilers. So if you're gonna, I really don't blame people for lurking, especially with a comment like that, where I really don't want to spoil people's first playthrough, but at the same time, people wouldn't be here unless they were wanting to watch. Needless to say, I hope I'm providing some form of entertainment, even if it is really small compared to other content creators, other entertainers. I really shouldn't call myself a content creator. I don't have any videos yet, other than like one that I probably should take down sooner rather than later. People tend to refer to streamers as entertainers more than anything. So hopefully I'm providing some amount of entertainment even if it is just background noise. All right, Somer, what do you have to tell us?
There was much commotion reported in the area around the gruesome harvest. I trust you have good news?
Yes, the abomination has been taken care of.
I see your reputation is well earned. The Legion thanks you for your service to the Emperor. With the ethereal threat crippled, we can now turn our attention to the cult of Ch'thon.
Oh, don't worry about spoilers. I'll most likely forget by the time I start playing. Me too. I'm in the same boat. I have no problem being spoiled. I just tend to, like, be able to phase it out of my mind after a while. And I try to give myself enough time before I start, like, a playthrough to allow the game to fade out of my mind so I can more or less experience it for the first time. I mean, you're watching a game, so it's kind of deprived from you regardless, but hey, it's nice to know that we're alike in that regard. I'm very good at being able to do that myself. And it makes me feel relieved. So thank you. I'm eager to get started.
My scouts have reported back from the lands to the north. The situation is far worse than I ever imagined. The cult of Ch'thon is on our doorstep and in great numbers. Worse still, they've been capturing farmers, travelers, even my own soldiers, and using them for their blood rituals. We cannot risk the cult bolstering their forces with chthonic beings. I need you to venture out beyond Sorrow's Bastion to the north and search their camps. Rescue any survivors before the cultists can use them as sacrifices.
What can I expect?
Terrors from the void. Crazed humans hell-bent on harvesting your blood for their heathen god. Unspeakable dark rituals. The cult of Ch'thon is a despicable group of degenerates that needs to be wiped out. I would not ask this of you if I did not think you capable. Will you stop the sacrifices?
Sure. Okay, so now that these two are here, I can talk about them. For those who are not new to the stream, and I guess perhaps for those who are, I suppose I'll try to frame this in a way that anyone can understand it. I said somewhere in episode 8 or 7 that we were going to have a choice to make. We were going to find a faction that was going to be exclusive. These two are the representatives of those factions we're going to have to choose between. I'll discuss the real particulars of this when we get to it, because they'll all have dialogue to say. But for the time being, let's start by speaking to Brother Moltaire.
I have come to represent Kaiman's Chosen, as the one you call Ulgrim has requested.
Dark gods and unspeakable rituals. Where do I sign up? I mean, how can I help? Dark gods and unspeakable rituals. That you've pretty much got the whole underpinning of the game right there. You have people, and the game pretty much tells you this, so this part isn't really spoilers. It's right in the trailer. And if not, you soon find it in Act 1. Like, you already begin to get the particulars of this in Burwitch, that we're not playing in the event known as the Grim Dawn. The Grim Dawn has already happened. And the reason that it happened is in part because people conspired to get into contact with beings from a different dimension and open portals to different dimensions and summon familiars to do their bidding from different dimensions. The Dark Gods part will probably get to... I don't know how much they touch upon this at the end of the vanilla. I think I've played through 60% of the original game. But I do know they touch upon it in Forgotten Gods. And we'll have the chance to experience that together a lot more. But I imagine what that sentence was in regard to was what Captain Somer had to say about the Cult of Chthon, which, depending on where you are, you may have bumped into a few of their cronies, or you may have bumped into a lot more of them. But there's a journal entry, or a faction entry, that does basically explain there's a dark god called Chthon And Chthon is sort of like... How do I describe it? It's not like Cthulhu or that entity, but it's more like a pure chaotic god. And the people that worship this dark god think that their lifeblood is owed by Chthon's very existence. Supposedly, Chthon gave out this massive wellspring of blood to all the living creatures. And at some point along the way, mortal creatures failed him, and he became disappointed and vengeful. And as part of that disappointment, he decided that mortals were no longer worthy of their blood. And all of his followers have pretty much been told, hey, go round everyone up, gather all the blood, and literally offer it back to Chthon. It's like if the Pathfinder god of vengeance and chaos Rovagug met the Cthulhu multiverse. Like that setting. It's interesting material, but it definitely does hit it right on the head. Dark gods, unspeakable rituals, and I guess for the ethereals we can add extraplanar entities to the list. The game is cool, but it is really gritty. Who are Kaiman's chosen, Moltaire? I didn't mean to leave you hanging. We are the chosen of Father Kaiman, blessed prophet of the Empyrean, guardian of the divine flame, and savior of humanity. I see. Yeah, we don't get much out of him right now. We will after the end of this quest, or the next quest we're on.
The one you call Ulgrim has asked to speak with the Order of Death's Vigil, so I have come before you.
What is the Order of Death's Vigil? We are seekers and preservers of knowledge, trained in the ancient art of necromancy. We do not fear death. We embrace all that it teaches us, and through it become more in tune with the world around us. I see. Yeah, so Haruv and Moltaire are part of two counterpart factions. One is Kaiman's Chosen, based on the Pilgrim of the same name, and Haruv, based on the Order of Death's Vigil. They are opposing factions. As you could probably tell, the Kaiman's Chosen probably don't like necromancy very much. And the Order of Death's Vigil's more like, we're just trying to exist. And we kind of... Yes, our arts are ghastly, but they get the job done. These two do not get along very well. There's a reason they're standing opposite over one another. But I will touch on that in due time. Actually, Ulgrim may beat me to the punch.
You have done well in destroying that abomination. I dread to think what it could have done should it have been set loose.
Okay, we've already asked all these questions. Ulgrim, what do you got to say?
Just the person I'm looking for. The others may disagree with me on this, but there's something I need you to do. There are two other groups of survivors in the region that we are aware of, but Somer and Creed do not consider them to be of strategic value. Frankly, I disagree. They may consist largely of fanatics, but fanatics aimed in the right direction can be a powerful force. I've asked representatives from both the Order of Death's Vigil and Kaiman's Chosen to visit here and speak to us. There is some obvious animosity between the two, but perhaps we can leverage that against them. I would like you to be our representative. Speak to both of them. Learn all that you can and decide which of the two groups would prove to be of superior strategic value. I just don't see them working together, I'm afraid.
That last line. I just don't see them working together, I'm afraid. Should clue you right in onto the choice that we have to make. We're picking a faction. We have to take a side. We don't have the ability to play neutral arbiter to both of them. The game doesn't afford you that opportunity. I would pick it every time if I could arbitrate between the two. But you can't. And I've done it both ways. What What can you tell me about the two groups, Ulgrim?
Setting their fanatical beliefs aside, both groups have valuable resources at their disposal. Kaiman's chosen may be religious zealots, but they are surprisingly well trained and should make formidable allies in battle. The Order of Death's Vigil, their powers over death send chills down my spine. But they are powerful mages and used to facing the world's terrors. I won't lie to you, it's not an easy decision.
Why won't you talk to them, Ulgrim? You seem like you already have so much knowledge. Why don't you do this?
As much as I'd love to play politics again, Creed demands my attention at the war table. I'm asking you to do this because I trust your judgment.
Very well. I will see what I can do.
Got anything useful out of those two?
Who would you choose, Ulgrim?
Setting their fanatical beliefs.
Okay, so it's like he's just gonna repeat that again. Alright. So, there is a reason I talked to these two first, and that was just to get the initial impression out of the way. Now we're actually going to listen to them and see what they have to say about their side.
I have come to represent Kaiman's chosen, as the one you call Ulgrim has requested.
Though I must wonder why you've brought this necromancer filth here as well. As you can see, now they've added that second sentence. This tells you everything you need to know about these two being in opposition to one another. So, Brother Moltaire, if that is your name, tell me about your group. Tell me about yourself. What do you bring to the table? We are the chosen of Father Kaiman, blessed prophet of Empyrean, guardian of the divine flame and savior of humanity. We've read this already. Who is Father Kaiman? Father Kaiman is our spiritual leader. He is blessed by Empyrean, the Lightbringer, first among the gods. By his word we will cleanse Cairn of the impure and the corrupt, starting with the abhorrent order of Death's Vigil, and ending with the eradication of the Ethereals and Chthonians. See, your priorities aren't even the right place, good brother. You shouldn't be eradicating them. You should deal with the Ethereals and Chthonians first. But I digress. Such is the fanatical order, bent on worshipping a light god of all things. Who's Empyrean themselves? Do you know anything about them? Empyrean the Lightbringer is first among the gods. Under his just rule, the world experienced order and balance, free of the corruption of the void and the aether. However, the other gods grew jealous of Empyrean's power, and they imprisoned him deep within the earth, locked away for centuries, perhaps millennia. But Father Kaiman has found the old god's prison. He communes with the Lightbringer, delivering the Divine One's words unto the chosen. So, question. Did you ever consider why they locked him up? And don't say they grew jealous. Why did they actually lock him up? Was he perhaps too mad and too heretical unto himself? For his own good? Did you ever stop to actually ask that question, Moltaire? I imagine you've incinerated anyone who's offered this exact line of phrasing to you. So, luckily, we're separated by, I don't know, the fourth wall? I would hate to have that broken off. Anyway, what about the gear you offer? We are well equipped to deal with the fiends infesting our world. There's something there to suit most fighting styles, but warriors who wage battle with physical fire and lightning will fit right in. Our build has fire and lightning in it, so you could already kind of tell what I was going to pick beforehand, but this kind of says it all. We haven't made our decision yet, though. What can you tell us about the group standing across from you? Nice, please. No slurs. They are abominations that twist the divine threads of life to their will as if they were playthings. The Order is a plague upon this world, much like the Ethereals and the Chthonians. In order for Cairn to heal, they must be purged. I need some time to think this through. Any lesser man would have attempted to stop me and get me to choose right then and there. What about the other one? Hi, Haruv.
The one you call Ulgrim has asked to speak with the Order of Death's Vigil.
What can you tell me about the Order? We are eager to discuss an agreement, even if it has to be made amongst such questionable company. Sounds reasonable so far. What can you tell me about yourselves? We are seekers and preservers of knowledge, trained in the ancient art of necromancy by our Grandmaster Urubaruk. We do not fear death. Okay, this line has already been said. What is necromancy? He says, knowing full well what this is. Necromancy is the study of death and the forces of life that bind us to that final fate. To us, death is a mystery that must be studied, not some esoteric topic worthy of fear. Okay, what can you tell me about your leader? Our master is our master is eternal. He was there when the Arcovian Empire was young, and he was there when they fell to his curse. The Arcovians, much like the Erelin Empire, shattered by the Grim Dawn, had persecuted necromancy and those who would seek forbidden knowledge. They tortured our master, eager to learn his secret to immortality. In return, Urubaruk cursed them to eternal unlife. Since the fall of Arcovia, Urubaruk founded the Order of Death's Vigil to ensure that the pursuit of knowledge and life's mysteries would never again be threatened by the ignorant. Now that humanity stands at the brink of annihilation, it seems his teachings are more relevant than ever. We will return balance to the world, as our master had decreed. What do you offer the Black Legion? We are experts in the arcane and masters of necromancy. Why send living men to die at the hands of the enemy when we could send loyal servants, undead servants, to battle in our stead? We will combat the enemy and preserve valuable human lives in the process. Sounds noble, if a bit misguided. What if the Ethereals just end up repurposing the undead? Tell me you have techniques to fight that. You can't fight undeath with undeath. You need life. What sort of equipment do you offer? You should find that our equipment can handle many situations, but the users of cold, vitality, and minions will find our arsenal to be of great use. Oh, so you're telling me that poison or acid can't be... There's no negotiable curve for this? Well, I sure hope that anyone who's made an acid build knows that you're going to have a tough time with endgame gear. I don't know. Maybe there'll be another faction somewhere along the line that helps out in some way. What can you tell me about the group standing across from you? They are fanatics, obsessed with an ancient faith, worshipping a non-existent god known as Empyrean. Anyone that stands against their tenets is a heretic and worthy only of extermination, and that they are no better than the Empire, which had persecuted the Order for generations. I need some time to think this through. Alright. So, at this point, this is one of those, like, actual in-game choices that affects what happens, not because it affects the story, it doesn't, but these two factions offer a sort of real big side quest where you associate with one faction or the other, you get their rewards, you get their augments, you do their bidding, you get their quests, and in return, you deal with one aspect or the other of the interplay between these two factions as they don't relate to the main story. They're important, they help, but they aren't the... How do I word this? They aren't the focus, but they're a big portion of the game. They're important. The reason I went over and had them tell about the kind of gear they offer is to help make that choice easier. So if we go back and look at this, physical, fire, and lightning are what's offered here. So if you have builds that deal in those three things, or in any one of those three things, then feel free to choose the Kaiman's Chosen. Can't believe I need a reminder on that. If, however, you need cold, vitality, or minions, or you have a pet build, you should pick this faction. And the augments should reflect that. Like, you should see augments that are mostly they either help resist whatever the opposite faction specializes in. So the Order of Death's Vigil should have augments that resist physical, fire, or lightning damage respectively, and will have augments that help damage in cold, vitality, or augments that specifically buff pets. We're gonna pick these. I've made my decision. Are the Chosen of Kaiman to battle alongside the Black Legion? The Black Legion will work with you. Kaiman will be pleased to hear of this. This alliance is beneficial to both groups. Let us banish the enemy as one. I must ask that you visit our enclave to the north. We have taken over a part of Sorrow's Bastion and made it our new home. Seek us out by taking the road north through the fallow fields. When you reach the ruins, look for the tower. Once there, please speak to Brother Alluvius. He will set you upon our enlightened path. I will seek out your enclave then. If your decision-making is indicative of the Black Legion, then perhaps humanity is doomed after all. I do what I must so that we all survive. I sincerely hope you are right then, but I can't help but question your allegiance with fanatics. You're expected at our enclave.
Stop wasting time. The longer we wait, the more...
See, Somer doesn't care about any of that at all. Alright, Olgrim. Ask away. Why do you dislike the Black Legion? They represent the rejects of the Empire, forced together under a banner of oppression and lack of restraint. The Legion may be famous for its countless victories, but what you don't hear is about the brutality and senseless murder. Sure, not all of them are like that. Many are unfortunate souls caught on the wrong side of politics, but it's difficult to wash that much blood off your hands, off your banner with the good intentions of a select few. What did you do as the first blade of the Emperor? Let's just say I eliminated threats to the crown and maintained a spy network spanning the width of the Empire. Most of that network has now collapsed with agents gone missing or dead, but it has served me well even after the end of the world. How do you know Inquisitor Creed? I swear I can't recall exactly when we've met, but the good Inquisitor had accompanied me on several missions since his encounter with Warden Krieg raised suspicions of corruption in the capital. His analytical mind and experience with the occult has proven invaluable since the Grim Dawn. It is unfortunate that we were too late to save Erlin. Erlin is the name of the capital city of the Empire, by the way. So, the amalgamation. Consensus is achieved. The sanctum of Homestead is to fall within the fortnight. With the Herald making its steady approach from the north, nothing but conflagration in its wake, it falls upon me to render a force capable of assaulting the human stronghold from the west. The reanimators are tirelessly working within the cages, pouring the gift of the Aether into the humans and trolls we had gathered for the purpose, but the real work will be conducted within the barn. It is true that the humans have proven to be difficult hosts. The mind struggles against a greater power it cannot possibly fathom, but the flesh, it is malleable, easily tainted. I look upon the corpses filling the barn with the stench of decay, not as a sign of how fragile life is, but as a canvas upon which we will paint the future of Karen, Theoden Marcel, shaper of flesh. Yeah, about that. Your plans are going to ruin, good sir. So, we have already dealt with the conflagration. Not the conflagration, I'm sorry. We've already dealt with the rotting croplands. Before we get on to the fallow fields and Sorrow's Bastion, where the two groups have kind of holed up separately, we're going to head to the conflagration. We have some cannons we need to pick up. And in the meantime, Sergeant Seraph, what do you have to say about all this? Excuse me, citizen, but I was wondering if you could help out with something. What do you need? Homestead is running low on building supplies. We've already salvaged the barn roof to reinforce the walls, but there's only so much we can do with sheets of metal. One of the buildings here would be a perfect place to let our men catch some sleep, but it's completely run down. We're going to need lumber, and I know just the place to get it. The problem is, the nearest lumber is overrun with chthonic spawn. I've insisted to the captain. Our men need a place to rest properly, but she feels the casualties would be too great to risk retaking the mill. You are not under her command. You can do as you choose. Please, head out into the Blood Grove to the north and secure Gryver's mill. After your heroics at the gruesome harvest, a few chthonic runts should be a cakewalk. It should, but you just never know with extra-dimensional entities. They could conjure the endgame boss and totally shred us, but I'm not going to let that stop us. I hear you're going to attack the cultist camps. Ballsy move. But if for what you did to the ethereal abomination, I suppose you're capable of anything. Since you're planning to stick your neck out for us, I was wondering if you could do the Legion a small service. What do you need? At Captain Sommer's command, I've been sending out scouting parties to the north in order to study the cultist operations there. The cult is a strong presence in the Blood Grove. Fitting name. And they've been bringing powerful chthonic monstrosities into the world. Needless to say, it's dangerous work. Many of my men have not returned. When a soldier falls in battle and we can't recover the body, we make sure to at least bring back the insignia so they can receive a humble send-off to whatever hell awaits us all. My scouts deserve more, but right now I can't even give them that. We've lost too many men out there as it is. I can't spare anyone else to recover those insignias. Will you pay my men this last respect? I'll make sure to make it worth your while. So all those quests are out north. We're not ready to go north yet. We want to head east first. Tilt that a little bit. Yeah, we got some cannons to collect. Before we continue though, this last hour of talking is going to be quite grueling. I have a lot I want to say. And by a lot, I mean marginally more than usual. So I'm going to take a break. I'm going to take a small break, get myself a nice cold drink, and I'll be right back. I'll see you guys in just a few moments. So sorry about that. I am back. So, with my cold drink in hand, are we ready to slaughter some ethereals? And I say ethereals because even though there's all this talk of chthonic entities and cult members, where we're headed is going to be mostly with the ethereal threat. We have a lot more of them we got to slaughter first. And I don't know about you, but I'm certainly ready to eviscerate many fellow ethereal fellow ethereals? Many ethereal beings. And we don't want to be heading over here. We want to actually turn around and head off toward the conflagration. We're heading into the heart of madness, and you will soon see why. I really don't want to tip my hand. I know where we're going, but it'll be quite the trip when we actually get there. You're gonna be like, what? That's a thing? That's real? It exists? Wow. Wish the game would have just used this a lot more than it does. Or maybe it does in the Ashes of Malmouth DLC. For those who maybe don't know about Grim Dawn that well, if you get like the Game of the Year edition, I think you get all the DLCs. But I didn't. I don't have the Game of the Year edition. I had to go and actually buy all the DLCs. There are 3. There's the Ashes of Malmouth, there's the Forgotten Gods, and there's the Crucible DLC. Crucible is what opens up the endless multiplayer, by the way. Or it might be the PvP. One of those two things. It's kind of similar to the... Is it the adventure mode? It might... Oh, I need to be really freaking careful right now. Oh. Yeah, the way to the conflagration is littered, lined with aether fire. It's everywhere. You really don't have a good safe place to stand. However, you can use all the narrow spaces to your advantage to sort of blockade yourself. Make it clear where the enemy is and isn't allowed to go. Speaking of which, today's game question, not content question, but game question. In games like this where you're allowed a different set of elemental builds or like damage type style builds, what's your favorite? I'm wielding mine on the screen. Maybe not with the magma vortex. That's new even for me, but I do generally like lightning. It's like my favorite element. Or like primal power would be like a non-way of referring to the elements, like the weather and such. This tends to be my favorite. Chain lightning builds, or chain lightning in general, is like... Can you tell I'm a person who likes to cleave things a lot? I just don't like to use big, giant axe cleavers to do it. I do. Comes from my experience as a player of other MMOs, which, granted, you can play this game with another person. You can co-op it. I'm actually fairly sure you can even co-op the mod if you knew how, but I'd really have to look into that. It would be interesting to see if that were possible, though. Like, playing the co-op version of Dawn of Masteries. What kind of ludicrous shenanigans... Like, this should be, like, well beyond the scope of the original game. How much ludicrous nonsense could a pair of people get up to in this game? Of course, you would want to kit yourself differently. DPS is kind of all that matters when you're by yourself. When you've got another person, you got to think a little bit harder about that. You got to keep each other alive. Damage matters, but so does everything else. Looks like this path leads towards a heavy ethereal presence, but is blocked off by a massive formation of aether crystals. You can clear it out with some heavy explosives. The old abandoned mines around Old Arcovia are likely the best place to find those. Yeah, so the game will straight up say, hey, you remember that old mine in Act 2? You want to head there so you could farm dynamite. Or, if you have Dawn of Masteries, you could say, thank you, but we can buy all the dynamite we need. We're going to need a lot of dynamite, by the way, for where we're going. Back over here, we want around 20 or so. And we should account for the 3 dynamite here already into the purchase price, so that's why I bought 23. Trust me, it'll make a lot of sense where we're going in just a moment. Clear the crystals. So far, so good. Looks like just a random outcropping of Aether spawn, right? Ah, but look, the Aether patches start rolling in, and you can tell right away that you're going someplace. Touched by the very fabric of the Aether. I'll acknowledge what we're seeing up in the northern part of our screen in just a moment. So to make sure we've actually cleared out the place. Alright, look. An ethereal rift. And not ones that we make. Ours are red. Where do you think this goes? In the video description, I believe I mentioned, hey, do you remember all that talk of alternate dimensions and strange places? We should jump right in and see what happens. Let's jump in and see what happens. Port Valbury outskirts. So, for reference, we've moved from being over here at Homestead all the way up to Port Valbury. Look at how hard this place is hit by the Aether. Anytime you see a swatch of bright green on the map, that's how you know that that place has been actually aetherized. Like, Aether fire everywhere. We're now in a city that was probably hit particularly hard by the Grim Dawn. Welcome to Port Valbury. One of the most toughest areas you have before a legacy dungeon, or a challenge dungeon, excuse me. And it doesn't take long for us to die. Does not take long for us to die. And the game crashed. That's the risk you take when you play mods, ladies and gentlemen. You know that they're going to be unstable. Although, in Port Valbury, there would have been a rift that we could have used to maybe save our progress. Now we have to make our way back to that rift again. And the mob density in Port Valbury is very nuts. People thought it was kind of, it was dense. Of course, I say this with the enemy density cranked up twice, and the hero density cranked up twice. It's really bad in Port Valbury. Really bad. As in, I might actually have to, like, crank down the grimace settings back to normal just so that we could handle it. And I'm playing on a pretty chunky PC, and it still poses problems. By the way, just to kind of demo the command, as it hasn't been done in quite a bit. Let's see if I can... Also, I had the internet up the whole time. Should be under the Stream Elements portal. No, it's not what I wanted. Sorry, trying to navigate to it. I don't remember the command right off the top of my head. Okay, yeah. Okay, so it should just be this. So if anyone is curious about the mod and has a PC that they've installed Grim Dawn on, please check out Dawn of Masteries. It's a really cool mod package. I think I say it's one mod, but really it's a bunch of mods bundled together in one nice, neat package. And it's really quite it's quite interesting stuff. It's I'm gonna try and just forge a path through this, knowing full well I'm gonna have to stop and fight anyway. You have Grimmest, which controls like the difficulty beyond. I'm sure people might have seen stuff like, oh, veteran mode, or hardcore mode, or nightmare mode, or what have you. Those are ways of tinkering with the game's difficulty, but you can only tinker with that prior to the game's startup. And it's kind of a one-way thing, where if you make something not hardcore or non-veteran anymore, it can't go back. It's kind of like Shin Megami Tensei difficulty settings, where you're permanently choosing to make the game easier. And I suppose specifically this would be in reference to Shin Megami Tensei 5, where you're really not allowed to freely go back and forth between higher starting difficulties and lower starting difficulties easily. The game makes it clear if you're going to take on the challenge, take it on from the start, or you're going to have problems. The only other way to augment the difficulty of the game to something that is within... that's kind of just right for you, is to, besides setting the actual, really, quite honestly, the only thing the real difficulties do, is, apart from saying, hey, it's permadeath, or, hey, everything deals more damage, is, the difficulties will lower your core resistances, which make everything hit harder. Absolutely everything. So besides just being a damage slider, that's really about it. The only other way is to actually toggle the mob density and the frequency of, elites or faction reps spawning in. And that is your only way of doing it. So in my personal purview, besides those two things, you also have backpack UI. Like, you don't come with all this extra inventory in vanilla. You have to earn the backpack space up here. We don't have to do this in the mod. Oh, and I suppose something that like, my playthrough of the game makes it sound like you have all this extra space. In Grim Dawn, your gear space is at a premium. It is up to you to, like, make the frequent pit stops required to empty that bag, or else set it aside in your stash to handle later, so you can keep playing the game. Like, with all these extra pages of inventory, we don't have to do that. We can have a nice long play session and then actually deal with it at the end. Speaking of long play sessions, once I'm done with you guys on camera, I will have to sit down and really take care of the inventory and manage it. And if there are upgrades I can make, I will make them at that time. So typically, if I make an upgrade, I'll showcase it on camera the next time we stream, which will be next. Normally I stream on Fridays. That's something else I should say. Today is kind of a makeup stream for those that missed. I'm doing this at the expense of what I would normally stream on Twitch. I normally do this on Fridays. Just so people know. If people want to check out my main platform, they can type in !main platform. And that should take them to my Twitch page. You can also look at my YouTube page and go right to my Twitch page. Or you can use the Linktree link, which takes you to the Twitch page, amongst other things. That's about all the amount of shilling I'll do at this time. I'll actually save the real shilling toward the end. I know, no one likes the shilling, but it's gotta get done. Can't make it on any platform if you don't. Absolutely decimated. I don't think anyone is going to be... Well, I should say that. If anyone else is playing Dawn of Masteries, you will be able to do something like this on the screen. But I don't want to say you can do what you're doing in Grim Dawn and have this level of power. Dawn of Masteries kicks that power metric up to 11. Really? Just teleported and one-shot me? Awful. Awful. Hate that. Hate that for me. Back to the Valbury outskirts. He doesn't even have the decency to put us in Port Valbury proper. We're in like an alternate dimension of Port Valbury or something. I don't think we are. Because again, the real Port Valbury is, actually covered in aether fire. So I think we are actually in Port Valbury, but the game still thinks we're in the aether dimension. One thing I will say is, if you've got a cleave build like this, or like a spread damage build, your chain lightnings, your electrocutes, your AoE explosions will get you in a lot of trouble here. A lot of trouble. I think I have died probably over not 500, more like 250 times in Port Valbury, because my chain lightning or electrocute would just chain to the wrong thing, which pulled a whole completely undamaged pack of enemies, and I died. Because I was unable to keep up with whatever the enemies were doing. One thing you'll see in Port Valbury is the use of these obelisks, the Aether obelisks. They are kind of like... I'm trying to think of an enemy early on you might have experienced. If you're in Act 2, and you remember those eldritch horrors, the ones that are decorated in skulls and summon spirits of the undead, yeah, they had a part where you could kill them, and then afterwards they would come back and be very much alive, and you'd have to kill them again. Yeah, the Aether obelisks are exactly like those, only they don't summon undead. This game is, Alright, let me put it this way. Port Valbury can be incredibly stress-inducing. Because there will be so many instances of you having to kill an enemy only to have to kill it again. And just the outskirts, by themselves, are a treacherous domain. And enemies, which explains why I was one-shot, by the way. The enemies here are going to deal 25% extra damage on crits. That's right, the treacherous domains buff your enemies, unless they also happen to buff you for some weird reason. Usually they debuff you instead. I'm going to try to get out of this as quickly as I can. Not let the patch of chaotic magic take control. Speaking of, like, chaotic magic, kids, if there are any kids playing this game, like anyone under, I'd say 16, maybe even 18, depending on the parent, be careful. There are pentagrams in here. The pentagrams correspond to the, Ch'thonic entities in the game. And there are a lot of pentagrams in the various symbols and sigils that the game has access to. There are a lot of sets with just that 5-pointed star tipped upside down. Even the elites that are marked have this 5-pointed upside down star. And your parents might take offense to that for one reason or another. Not to mention the language and the dark, gritty themes would be another issue or reason. Another thing that your parents might take issue with. Just be aware. If they allow you some degree of latitude, just tell them, hey, the game has dark, gritty imagery. And, you know, maybe have a real conversation about that. Of course, if the conversation results in your game being taken away, I am incredibly sorry, but I mean, they're your parents. They have a right to know what you're doing. They may not have the right to regulate it to the nth degree, but they have the right to know. And quite honestly, I wouldn't let children over or under a certain age play this anyway. Maybe, I'd say 14 or 15? Perhaps. It would really depend on my child's maturity level. Parents, you have to do what works for you in these situations. If you think you can explain to your child that, you know, the Cult of Chthon may in fact have some real world illusions, but it holds no power over you. It is just a game. Feel free. If you can't do that or think they might mimic the entity in some capacity, then please limit their exposure. Do the right thing, which the right thing may in fact be very much a, you know, not a one-size-fits-all solution. You may have to just moderate the access to the game more than anything. Not to mention, there's like occasional talk of rape or other human crimes, which could be very sensitive for some people. I'm not trying to, like... This game is for adults. it is rated for adults. Just so you know. But... the game gets very serious with what it talks about. I will say, in regard to the rape, it's definitely a... it just happens to be the topic of a side quest, and really it's touched on for less than a few minutes. But that stuff can be triggering for people. This game does not pull any punches. Happy endings are few, and just about everyone... just about everyone in the game has either something really bad happen to them, or, you know, the world is just blown to hell, and peace and happiness and harmony are rare. So just bear that in mind. maybe don't show this game around your like 6-year-old child or like 8-year-old child. Don't do it. You have the potential to scar them for life. Don't let them play it. And, you know, supervise your 12-year-olds, your 14-year-olds, your children that can handle the subject matter discussed in the game. Like, supervise them, because there could still be some incredibly gritty things. Yeah, incredibly gritty things in this game. I'm not trying to, like, drive away sponsors or, you know, say, or, I'm not trying to say, hey, this game is made just for kids. I don't want to whitewash this. This game is not for kids. This game is very much not for kids. If I haven't made that clear yet, I also make a note of putting this in all of my YouTube content. Unless people are fibbing the system, you're not going to see child here. Because I tend to play games that have the potential to discuss really deep topics. But you can't always control... As a content creator or an entertainer, you cannot control who's going to be watching your videos. You can't even come close to the level of control that a company would want you to have over this type of content. Which, to be quite honest, based on YouTube standards, appears to take on the flavor of sanitization with some limits imposed by negative community backlash. Which means they're still in the business of sanitizing certain things to appear friendly to, corporations and companies who display ads on YouTube. I get it. We're in a post-pandemic world. Money is rare. I think people are going to find, or perhaps even crave, traditional structures of power and trade as the world upon which the West has built collapses, and to a battle against libertarianism and authoritarianism as the world collapses into one of those two main spheres of thinking, or separates itself into those two spheres of thinking. The money is inevitably going to stop flowing around because people are not going to be trading with people they vehemently disagree with. People that they cannot get along with. I think the world very much has the opportunity to go the way of StarCraft. Well, maybe not StarCraft. Maybe Mass Effect would be a better example, where, like, the humans might present a united front on some things, but are very much divided by internal politicking at the end of the day. We really had the potential to go down that road. We also had the potential to just bring Fallout into our real in-game world, because nations with nukes can't be trusted, the US included. Because there might be a situation that makes us want to put our hand on the nuke button, and the rest of the world's going to say, you can't do that, you shouldn't do that. Kind of like what we're doing right now with Russia, but that is neither here nor there. And we're really not wanting to get into it more than that. Just know that the real world would definitely like to sanitize a lot of what's in this game. And lots of games are being developed with a sanitization attempt in mind. Some sanitization is okay. Lots of it isn't. Because many times, sanitization gone overboard is valuing safety over freedom. Because people don't want to become uncomfortable or feel uncomfortable things. But then people have to remember that it just gets to be a mess. A right quagmire. in which there probably isn't really a right answer. It really all depends on the subset of people that are, you know, handling the cultural medium. Or otherwise, you know, handling the object or cultural phenomena of interest. Like, whatever is causing the divide, it really is going to be determined by individual groups of people how they wish to behave. Neither one is right nor wrong. It is simply a way of existing, as many humans will do throughout the ages. Authoritarianism, libertarianism, they're both yokes of the same. I mean, they're different philosophies, but really all philosophies and styles of governance, both domestic and foreign, all want the same thing. They all want to handle. Sorry, I suppose I should say they're really not the same thing. But the stated objective of... Nice. This is what I get for talking real world in this game. I completely deserve that death. What am I trying to say? I suppose the more I think about it, the less sense it makes. These, like, authoritarianism and libertarianism are both two completely different. They go about the task of governing people in an entirely different way. They both govern people, but that's really about where the similarity ends. They want different things out of their populations and seek entirely to do that through different means. And just talking about the subject is enough to incense people. That's about all I really should say regarding the topic. What's in your wallet? No, I'm joking. I was just... I'm a Rolodex of random memes if I allow myself to be. Or random commercials if I allow myself to be. I guess I want to make sure I've once again said, you know, I really do appreciate the people being out here, whether lurking and playing their own game or... you know, just lurking in the background while they work on dishes or they're at work or yada yada. I really do appreciate all that. Especially if it's me, because I'm an insignificant person on the radar that is YouTube or these platforms as a whole. I really am quite small. I do this as a hobby. I do this to decompress. I like to decompress. Especially after either... Well, actually, it's not only for decompression now that I think about it. I also do this to seek out new social interactions. I like talking with people. For those who don't know, I'm something of an extrovert. I love talking with people. I'm not the most revealing of persons when it comes to myself, but I do like socializing and figuring out how people think. I love that type of thing. So for me, streaming is just as much about forging new connections as it is decompressing after a long day at school, like in college, or, you know, a long day at home dealing with familial issues, or anything else, really. I do this as a hobby. It's nice to get paid for doing that hobby, but it isn't required. I will do this whether I make any money or no money at all. At all these close calls, they're really not good for your circulation, man. Sorry, I still feel like I'm actually pulling enemies. And of course, our pets are also going to do this. I was about to say, we do have pets, but they're very limited in scope. They don't actually absorb blows for us. The only thing they do is like crowd control and some amount of non-inconsequential damage. That's really about it. That being said, yeah, I do this because I want to. I don't know. I would like to be a bigger, like a bigger entertainer on YouTube, on Twitch. I may have to include some other stuff like Trovo, or these other like occult, non-first party places. But I do want to be a bigger entertainer. But these things take time and reach and persistence, all those things. But I would still do this if there was nothing in it at all. And you know, the only people that were talking to me were people that I directly shared the good old YouTube and Twitch with. Absolutely. Although if absolutely no one showed up and didn't show up for a while, not even friends and family, I probably wouldn't be doing this at all. Like, I have a limit. Like, that statement always has a limit. Did I, like... Oh, I got 2 points from a previous level up. That's what it is. Okay. So... we need to keep going, because the stat requirements are going to go up. And we also need to get a defensive ability. We've got about all the offense we're going to get. And yes, we have teleport, but we still need other stuff. Okay, so we've got these affinities. But we're really wanting to just go to, like, armoring. And maybe more specifically, we want like frost armor. I'm not sure we're gonna get there, but we gotta try. We can focus a lot of our attention on power. Like, the more power we have, the better. But eventually, we're gonna need to have cooldowns that, you know, allow us to play defense. We're only gonna have so many offensive abilities and cooldowns and other stuff to really work with. Look, we could spend a whole bunch of energy on casting spells, and we could still deplete through 30% of our total energy output. Beautiful. I love me some, I love me some ethereals all set up in a row like bowling. I love that. Being able to just kind of knock them down with no regard for anyone else's safety. So I suppose, while I'm here, I should take an opportunity to mention the, what was I gonna say? I have a Discord. I am pay gating that, and I've thought about this a lot. If you want in on the Discord, I actually have a Patreon set up for this. I still have to work out the finer points, and I will be forwarding that to you guys shortly, but as in within a week. But okay, we need to stop getting damaged by the roving aether fire vortex, I guess. Oh, so much damage everywhere. I guess it feels wrong to say, but I gotta get it out of the way, or else the feature will never work. So, or won't ever even pass, like, individual muster. Anyway, in terms of the Discord, it doesn't take you much to get in, especially on YouTube. And it takes even less if you've got an Amazon account, which I highly recommend having for the sake of ordering things. If you sign up for Amazon Prime, you get Twitch Prime, which you can then use to get into the Discord for free. But here on YouTube, where you don't have that, I'll be getting the Patreon up and running. And on our Patreon, I have a couple of tiers. They're not really big tiers, but $1 will get you into the Discord, no problem. The next 2 tiers enable some amount of voting power on collect, like, content. Like, I recently put out a poll today. Recently? Yeah, I put out a poll today. Asking, you know, what do you want in terms of a game project that is coming to an end? What game would you like to replace it? And so far I've gotten one comment where it's like, hey, it was neither of the options, but instead, you know, that person elaborated on what they would like me to play. And in private, they kind of gave me more particulars as to why. If you want to be part of that process, and you would like to actually vote on content that'll be coming on to YouTube and Twitch, both platforms, and you want access to, like, whatever I stream in private on Discord, which will be a thing that happens eventually, you should, like, donate $1. Like, just punch in $1 one time will be all you need. But if you want any of the other benefits besides that, you will have to, like, actually pay in. Like, voting on stuff requires, like, an additional buy, or like a major buy-in, you know, mainly in the form of $2 or more. I should really have a panel going over all this, or I just kind of plaster it at the end instead of trying to explain it. But more or less, they're not expensive. I don't think I have a tier that's above, like, $5. Mainly because I don't really have anything else on offer. If I wanted to sell merchandise or something to you, then I wouldn't have that as part of a tier. You're already paying into it by buying the merch. You see what I'm saying? But I'm too small for these things. The best I have is, you know, offering more access to me. I myself am an asset worth selling.
That skill's not ready.
We're almost there. We've got a little bit of a ways to go before we've actually made it into Port Valbury proper, but we're getting there. And as you can see, as we make our way in more and more, we do actually... The venue starts to change. It's no longer a bunch of these farms anymore. It's actually starting to be like the real city outskirts. And as you can also see, it really doesn't take long for us to get decimated. You thought the power level of things outside Port Valbury was bad? Things inside Port Valbury are worse. And I believe I have to navigate all the way back over there. One of the nice things about Grim Dawn is that you can set these, these rifts to be placed outside of wherever you need them to be. Which is great, because we should totally do that so we're not having to run over there again. Hopefully we bump into that rift, that, like, major rift gate. That way we don't have to port back over there again. Yeah, what I'm trying to take us to is a dungeon. I'm trying to take us to a challenge dungeon. We're probably not going to do it this episode. Definitely not this episode. We only have like 11 minutes left, but we are definitely going to be doing it the next episode. If I have to navigate here again, I'll do it off screen, but hopefully I won't. Hopefully there is just a...
That skill's not ready.
Thank you for your custom. Please never come here again. Oh, look, and see, there was even a nice little sub-reward for us doing this. We can, if you guys noticed in the bottom south corner or south portion of the screen, there should have been a devotion shrine. Yeah, that's one of the other reasons to come here to Port Valbury, besides, like, the lore and just extra loot. Yes, I'm a loot pinata. I love loot pinatas. When we're done oogling at the loot pinata, though, there are a bunch of other amazing non... Nice, did we get a blueprint just now? I think we did. Calidor's vestments. Good. Yeah, when we're done oogling at all the loot, there are actually motivating reasons to come here. Mainly that, you know, the ethereal threat, this is where they're really set up. Like, they're set up everywhere, of course, but, you know, Port Valbury is probably like a major base for them. Oh, no, 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 no. Please don't do this. I don't want to navigate here again. For whatever reason, the game just decided to freak out. Oh, and yeah, the Aether Vortexes love to chase after people. It's like one of their favorite pastimes. Kind of just have to keep outside their range long enough for us to not have to worry about them. And let's set up a rift so we don't have to do all that running again. I think that person died mid-warp. Yeah, that's something else, too, is lots of enemies in this game love to teleport to you. They love closing that gap hella quick. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Unfortunately, now is not the time to try and to use our devotion point. We're not going to really get that chance because there are too many Aether Tempests that are making their way to us, excuse me, and dealing us damage in the meantime. See, just in the short time we spent glossing over loot, shiny valuables, pretty trinkets. No sooner did we start to do this than we actually had to move out of the way. Yeah, Port Valbury is definitely not safe in terms of just standing around to do your own thing. You want to start doing that in Homestead. Yeah, the game really goes out of its way to showcase that for you. Here in Port Valbury, if everything else was easy up to this point, Port Valbury will feel like a kick in the teeth. How do I know? Because that's what it felt like to me, a kick in the teeth. That's in vanilla. Never mind here, where it's like 3 times as bad. Because there's just extra enemies in the mix, even without grimace settings turned on. Which is basically the functional equivalent of leaving the game's difficulty well enough alone because there is stuff in the background. Yeah, it is essentially the functional equivalent of that. And, The game isn't going to pull any punches just because you decided to, you know, keep everything as vanilla as possible. Apart from the enemy types and the gear. Or the masteries. So we're still on the outskirts, just so you know. Like, I did say we were almost there, and you should believe that. However, this game doesn't pull punches, and will absolutely make you travel the extra mile. Yeah, it will absolutely make you travel the extra mile. This is not a game that will hold your hand. It is much like Path of Exile. It has a lot of systems. It has a lot of things you need to get to know in order to actually effectively play the game. The Herald of the Stars. Okay, this is phase 1. Phase 2. Okay. Turns out there is no rift. There is no rift. But that's okay. That just means I'll have to navigate to it off screen before we start streaming next time. Oh, careful. Don't take an Aether Tendril while you are getting ready. Yeah, and Grim Dawn is also just the game that really teaches you that if you stand in stuff, you're gonna die. Yeah, you're gonna get your teeth kicked in. Don't do that. Take the lesson from the game the first time it tells you, hey, don't stand in this, or you will die. Alright. This is probably that portion where we can actually look at our devotion points and our attributes and our gear and just start spending those. Alright, so we have a point of devotion. We have not actually gotten the full constellation yet. Alright. So now we have the very painful choice of determining where we want to spend our must be assigned to earn experience. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Did we already assign something to electrocute? No, I don't think we have. Nope, sure don't, which is fine. Just put this on electrocute. So, for those who don't know, this is the devotion tree, which you get by completing shrines. Or by completing the devotion shrines. Generally, you fight things at the shrines, but you can also repair the shrines. I think you get at least one in vanilla, where you have to repair it and then it just works. Most of the time, though, you're fighting things. Think of these like extra bonuses not obtained from gear. That's the best way I could describe it in a single sentence. Extra bonuses not derived from gear that if you want to get extra cool abilities from, you need to actually obey the rules. The rules are simple. If you want any of these cool extra powerful constellations over here, you need to invest points in the smaller constellations first. They're broken up into 5 types. Each type each type is considered one affinity in the devotion tree. And the affinities themselves have a bunch of different sub-themes throughout. And of course the game is going to do its best to try to, you know, obscure those, or like obfuscate those, not lie to you and say they're not there, but you have to discern what it all means. Yeah, you have to discern what it all means. All of it. And if you've managed to figure it out, then your devotion setup will be great. It'll help you out a lot. The catch is that there's no taking it back. If you don't put your points in right, it's the same as wasting them. It's the same as not leveling up the right attribute point. It's the same as not leveling up the mastery the correct way. Although at least with masteries, you get to undo those. You don't get to undo attributes or devotion. So just bear in mind that this is one shot. Get a build in advance before, as long as you know you're not going to change it. You could go through the whole game and not put any points in these devotion trees, and you'll be fine. But the devotions can do nothing but help you. So it's up to you to figure out what you want to play before you put points in this. And you get your first one at level 1 or 2. In vanilla, anyway. By the time you make your way here in Dawn of Masteries, you're probably closer to, like, I'd say 8 or 10. But we went ahead and put a unique skill on our first unique skill out of the devotion tree. We did a lot of setup just to get that one skill. But it'll be worth it. It's extra damage that we don't otherwise have access to. We do get them in the form of the devotion runes, a component unique to Dawn of Masteries. But you can't rely on the devotion components. They're random, and they only attach to rings of all things. So now, last thing on our agenda before we call it quits is to read The City is Rotting. As soon as we do that, we're good to go for the day. And we'll wrap up. Men here have mercy. How much more could go wrong in this rotting city? When the dumping grounds in Old Town start overflowing with refuse, people started piling up their garbage in the streets. When that wasn't enough, the heavy rains flooded the dumps and caused the retaining walls to break, unleashing a deluge of filth and rot into the district. Those that haven't already left are getting sick. Soon there won't be anyone in the oldest part of town. To make matters worse, the city guard has begun rounding up anybody that speaks up about the recent catastrophes. They search our carts and our homes without asking. Many blatantly steal and look us in the eye as they do it, as if daring us to lash out. If you resist, they arrest you. If they suspect you of plotting against the authorities, they arrest you. Is there no justice left in Valbury? I stopped by Owald and Helen's home the other day to find their door broken in and marked with a strange symbol. I'm told Helen was a suspected witch, and Owald was taken in for questioning for harboring her all these years. I've never heard a more preposterous thing. I left quickly lest somebody accuse me too. This was my home, but now it feels like a dark, strange place. It no longer feels safe. And we'll have to get to the bottom of it in the next episode. So, the Port Valbury Gates. Real Port Valbury is in here. It's a challenge dungeon. If we want the lore, we better be willing to put in the work, the sweat, the tears to get through this. And yes, if you look at the map, you gotta path through all this. You can take shortcuts. Like you can path through the bottom portion here. But it may not be any faster than just sticking along the main road. Also, in particular, our build isn't going to have much of an easy time trying to take shortcuts because we're just going to chain pull all this anyway. Luckily for you, that is a me problem. You get to sit and watch. I'm the one that has to dredge through this the next time we want to play. But I will do it, because you guys are worth it. You guys are worth the extra pain and suffering. Speaking of which, pain and suffering is mashing on your keyboard accidentally. Speaking of pain and suffering, thank you for coming out and watching me today. I really appreciate it. Today was supposed to have been Twitch. Instead, it was YouTube. I'll have to figure out what to do about that. Normally, I'm not here on a Sunday. I'm usually here on Friday. So look forward to it on Friday. Don't look forward to it on Sunday. I won't be here on Sunday. But that doesn't mean that if my schedule doesn't free up at some point that I'm not going to do more of this more often, and I'll try to keep it even between YouTube and Twitch. I really will. I'm trying to think of other things. I've already done. I've tried to like bake in the shilling throughout, so we're not doing a whole bunch of this. I will say, if you want to get in touch with me, your best way currently right now, for free, is through Twitter. If you don't want to follow the dumpster fire that is Twitter, totally understandable. The guy managing it has let it be a dumpster fire. I encourage you to check out the Patreon, the Ko-fi. You could get in through Ko-fi as well. You just got to tell me that you've donated, although, really, I probably shouldn't be recommending that to you until after I've gotten it all polished, all finished. But rest assured, those will be avenues. You can also just ask me, and if you're willing to pay me back, I could totally gift you to allow you in. Your choice. Other than that, I'm sorry, not Twitter, Discord. Yeah, the Discord's what I'm talking about. You don't have to gift me anything for Twitter. Other than that, you can catch me on Twitch every Wednesday and Sunday, typically. Today would be Sunday, so please take today with a grain of salt. Other than that, I think we're good. I think we have everything managed. Twitter and Discord really are the two places that I'm most, that I communicate on most often. Anything else, even something like as simple as my Reddit page, is mostly there for me. And don't attempt to contact me through Facebook, because I don't respond there. I shouldn't have even said that to begin with. Anyway, thank you guys again. I'll see you guys on Friday with some more Grim Dawn. We're going to attempt to go through Port Valbury and watch the horror show that will be, because Port Valbury and the challenge dungeons in general are quite a step up from the content that they tend to be surrounded by. And with that, my name is Swirling Vortex, or Coin, or Steven. You could call me any of those three. And this has been another episode of Grim Dawn. Dawn of Masteries, the Big 10. And I'm glad that we did this today. I will see you guys Friday. Take care. Know that you're always welcome in my halls anytime. And bye-bye.